right. Welcome, viewers, to our second session of Pens and Swords here at Tales of Winternock, our D&D 5th edition actual play live stream. I'm Saga,
I'm Conrad.
and we will be your storytellers this evening. And with me are tonight's players, AJ, Zana, Ollie, and Silver, who is also the creator of our wonderful world of Winternock. Before we begin, we'd like to thank a few groups. Mightworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice. Discord for our voice and video services, and Wizards of the Coast for D&D 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternock
As well as a special... sorry, interrupted.
Tales of Winternock is not directly affiliated with any of these companies other than the use of their products, and a very extra special shout out to Hayley Gordon and Alex Robinson, who created the Good Society RPG, which we were inspired by and borrowed some of their rules, as well as Homunculus Homebrew, who created the jousting rules we will be using tonight. As we begin, we would also like to give you guys a little lesson on something a little thing we're doing here. If you notice in the corner of all of our players' little wonderful faces, we have their reputation scores. Conrad, would you like to give our beautiful audience an explanation of reputation? Not the Taylor Swift song? Or album? I don't know.
So, as much as your actions are important in your day-to-day life of court, Imperial Court, your reputation with those around you is also equally as important. And what little whisperings are said behind your back? The reputation scale that we use goes from 1 to 6, 1 being the lowest and 6 being the highest. And sort of the baseline is your normal kind of average reputation. And as you start getting above 6, you start getting some bonuses to your social checks. People are more inclined to listen to you. As you start going below 3, you start getting some penalties to your social checks, as people are less inclined to be on your side. You'll notice we've had a couple of changes to reputation since last session. Maelstrom Harpus has gone up to a 4, which means he will get a +1 to all persuasion, deception, and intimidation checks this session. And Covington Blackthorn has gone down to a 2, which means he will get a -1 to all of his persuasion, deception, and intimidation checks this session.
All right. So let us begin an early morning carriage ride, heading up to the Imperial Palace, and meet for the first time our elusive Baron Deander Galmenorr. Early morning light filters through the fir and pine trees that line the road heading towards the Imperial Palace. The trees and bushes are neatly trimmed back, so different from the brush and forest along the roads heading to the capital city. Your carriage, a shockingly simple make for a man of your status, rumbles along. The only sign of the occupants being of high regard is your faithful knight, Jury, carrying the House Galmenorr standard. Already, she's armored for the joust. Inside the carriage, it's more plush than its shell would suggest. Baron Deander Galmenorr, you're sat across from a dark-haired woman in her 70s, wearing a seafoam green day dress. Her age is only shown in the few streaks of gray in her hair and the laugh lines that frame her eyes and gentle smile. Would you like to give us a description of Baron Galmenorr, Silver?
Sure. Baron Galmenorr's late 40s, blonde hair that's starting to give way to gray, grayish white in different places. A simple, very well-kept, shortcut goatee and mustache. And he has just a very subtle, kind of sickly, a little bit sunken eyes. Trying to remember anything else as to my little description, but just very calm and composed as he sits in the carriage on the ride, and doesn't seem to be bothered at all by the somewhat lower grade of his carriage, the bumps and rattling that come with it.
Along with you and our dark-haired woman is also your faithful servant, Alzo. And the three of you are in the midst of conversation. Conrad, you want to start us off there with what's being discussed?
So, I should warn you that I have heard a little bit of talk in the past few weeks, in fact, about the Imperial Court. And just something to keep in mind, there can talk that the last scion of Crolette family is looking to take their revenge on you during the tournament.
I think some of these things would pass with the years. Petty feuds.
I think we are well aware, sir, that petty feuds don't always fade as quickly as we would like them to. But you would think
Trust
they'd
me,
find something
I
else to
know.
distract themselves with.
It's one of the things I couldn't stand. I had to leave the whole horrible lot behind.
Oh?
Well, in my particular situation, you'd think they'd be a little bit more forgiving, since I am technically part of their house as well. Since grandmother and grandfather kind of got set up, ease the feud, but oh well, I suppose someone can't move on. Make sure you note it to Zuri.
Perhaps they're looking to bring the power of House Crolette back, not just for revenge.
Oh, well. It's what happens, isn't it? Houses, as they fall. The woman's eyes do take on a slightly kind of saddened look as she speaks.
And what are we but players in the greatest stage of them all? And
Give me an actual stage any day.
And as she says that, the carriage pulls up to the gates leading up to the Imperial Palace, where a few hours prior to this, inside, as well as Baron Galmenorr, you did so back in the city and had sure that your swiftest-footed servants got everything delivered properly. But it is a time for...
Rumors. Rumors
Yes.
are first, correct?
Rumors are first? Oh,
Yes.
sorry. My
Yes.
bad.
No, you're
I got
fine.
excited.
No, it's time. It's time for as you wake and hear the whispered noises of what the courts were talking about late into the night, early into the morning. Once again, introduce kind of a slightly new mechanic for some of you and for the audience. The court politics are going to include a couple of extra phases each morning. The rumors phase, where we hear the new rumors spreading around, whispered by the servants and the lords and ladies, as well as a chance to write letters. The letters phase, as you write letters to each other, to NPCs that you'd like to speak with or meet with. So start off, a couple of rumors from the court in the night. First one that everyone is talking about is the new treaty between House Harpus and House Blackthorn. It was seen being signed very publicly during the dinner last night, and the talks about what kind of deal they could be entering into. Each of you, as the players, has a chance to introduce their own rumor, either spread by your house or just being kind of talked about by the general gossip mill. Anyone want to start?
If nobody else wants to, I'll hop in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. House Blackthorn, more explicitly probably Lucy at the Order of Covington, has started to spread the rumor that the Royal Hounds, their esteemed mercenary company, has, since the first time that the plague has ended, started recruiting for new soldiers, and would love to have some very valuable and veteran guards and soldiers. Why, if they happen to come from the Imperial Court, even better, in their ranks.
Was this was spread by House Blackthorn and like known by House Blackthorn?
Yes.
That it was spread by them.
It's a rumor about
Okay.
themselves, but yes.
Sure, absolutely.
None of you volunteer. I'm gonna pick someone.
Just to clarify, this is about our house, or it's dragging another house through the mud?
Either
It
one.
could be.
Oh,
It could be about
jeez.
either one.
Oh no.
You don't have to as well if you would rather hold off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else have any rumors that were spread in the night?
Do we?
I technically already spread mine.
That is true.
Sure. You want to say that's your rumor? Do you want to go ahead and reiterate it for any new folks?
The rumor that somebody had spread was that Pius was sent here not because he's the right hand, but because his what is the title? His
The
boss-
Patriarch?
The patriarch.
The Patriarch, thank you. That the Patriarch is in fact left-handed and values the left hand more than the right. And I was going to have more written down, but I worked like 4 14-hour days this week, and I had zero time to do anything else.
Fair enough.
You are good.
Do Pius or Deander have any rumors that they've spread? The court has another one. Rumors talking about Count Canis and how he must be in decline if he can't even hold a wine glass properly, and talk about questioning the Emperor's choice to keep him on his council of advisors, and if that's really a good idea or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a rumor.
All right.
I'm gonna start a rumor about our good friend Killian. it's going to be that when Pius left to go to the service of the church, that Killian was one of the people there for the service.
Mm.
No one saw him around last night.
What happens when you spend all your time invisible?
I'll be sure to quash that quickly.
Mail's got a rumor. This is so bad. This is just making enemies. Yeah.
You?
Okay.
It doesn't have. They don't have to know it's from you.
I guess so. But specifically, whenever there was a treaty handed between House Harpus and House Blackthorn, the head of House Blackthorn was very quick to pass it off to a servant. Somebody swore that he was looking diligently at the paper and squinting, almost like he maybe struggled with literacy a little bit.
Some of y'all are feeling spicy tonight. Alright, well.
One more from the court that you hear as you're getting ready for the morning. Talk that someone had seen Lady Accius in the halls last night pretty late. Perhaps she was the one that had left all those notes for everyone. I wonder why she would do such a thing.
Some say she's never been a fan of the Church of the Ascendant Way anyhow, so...
Which
Honestly,
remind me, as being one of the people that wasn't here last week,
Yes.
the notes under the door, was that the left-handed deal, or was that something different?
Yes.
That was the left-handed
the left-handed
deal.
deal.
The underhanded left-handed.
Yes.
Invisible underhanded.
The most awkward baseball pitch.
It only comes in at about 35 miles an hour, but no one sees it coming.
But now we head into the letters that I was so very excited for.
I will throw out one.
Oh, of
but
course.
My one
Okay.
rumor to push
Last
would
one.
be the is it Camellia?
Camilla, yeah.
Okay.
Camilla.
I think might be. Okay, just got an I, a silent I. I don't know if everybody has all the same ones, so I will assume that they don't, and that questions as to the parentage of her unborn child with
Oh.
old man Othos.
Oh, Conrad, does that mean this gets bumped up to a scandal?
It does.
Ooh, our first scandal.
Which transitions very well into, now you all have an opportunity. We'll have a resource of silver coins which relate to rumors that we discussed last week. So now is your time. Send any to quash rumors if you want. If there's any rumors spiraling around that about you or about a potential ally that you don't want people to be talking about, you can pay to make them go away. And if there's any rumors you want to make scandalous that might really negatively impact an enemy, you could bump those up to a scandal. If anyone wanted to spend any silver coins right now.
The only exception being your starting scandals to the scandal, or the rumor you originally gave us, cannot be squashed. That one stays, but any others can be squashed, upgraded.
What's
So
about
these would be the
scandal?
ones that we just went over, or is there other ones in addition to that are currently floating?
No, so any of the ones that we just gave, if you want to if you want to upgrade to a scandal or quash, or any of the ones that you have heard previously, like in your that you were given initially, that you want
Your
to
lore
maybe
document.
stop people
Okay.
from your lore document. You want to stop people from talking about or upgrade.
A Yoda question. Ollie?
Yeah. Is there a level above Scandal?
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Essentially, how it kind of mechanically works is similar to the reputation, or it could help lower your reputation, essentially, of like, say, a really bad rumor of House Harpus got spread and then got upgraded to a scandal. It could, depending on other actions, drop them down a level of reputation.
I think I'm gonna jump on it first. I'm going to de-escalate the pregnancy,
Interesting.
and
Hey.
I think I'm going to keep a very obscure receipt of how that's done, and I'm gonna use that later.
All right. I'm gonna make note of that.
Yep, and make sure you note you've used one of your silver coins.
I'm actually just I deleted all my money. I'm just using it in the inventory.
That's honestly that's the smartest way to do it.
That's that's smart.
I have 1 gold and 2 silver.
It sounds like me 3 weeks into the month, honestly.
You make it 3 weeks into the month, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't go anywhere or do anything. I'm working all the time.
Oh man.
Find a working pen. For Christ's sake. I should have done
So
this.
can you quash part of a rumor? Because there's a really complicated one in my lore document that I only want to kill part of it.
I feel like that feels fair.
I guess you just change the rumor, essentially.
Yeah, it's a rumor that has 2 branches, that it's this or this,
Mm.
and I want to kill the part that has anything to do with me.
Okay.
Okay, what rumor are you quashing?
The backers to Blackthorn, referencing that Galmenorr might be a backer to Blackthorn.
So that would essentially quash it out of court.
Oh, I will definitely pay to keep that in court.
Ooh. Counter.
Auction, silent auction.
Yeah, that's how it feels.
Can I raise that? No.
These two just expend all their money right now.
To be fair,
Yeah.
one of them does have more coins than the other, so
Oh.
Right, because Heath got the VRP last week.
oh, Ollie got it.
No,
Sorry,
Ollie
that was
got
my
it.
mistake.
Ollie got it.
Sorry.
I'll say I'll take
No,
it.
they
They want to
haven't
give me
given
more
the
money. I'll
points.
take it, but
Again, that sounds like me 3 weeks into the month.
Sorry, this has been a week for me. I've been tired, so my memory is a little.
Okay. Any other expenditures of points?
I think it's
Lovely.
funny I didn't even know that was a rumor of my own house. But now
What?
that I do, I like it.
What was the name of the Count's wife, I guess?
Oh, Camilla? Count Othos?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's a bunch of counts.
Fair.
If you just say Count Old Guy, we'll know who you're talking about.
Count old guy. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the Muppet
Yeah.
in the corner.
Yeah.
Count Heinous is the old man. Okay. So now we can move into the much awaited
Yes.
letter writing phase.
Actually,
As
Donna, you
Oh.
have something?
sorry, really quickly. One just popped into my head that I remembered that I was going to do. I do want to. Can I start another rumor?
You can use a silver coin to start another rumor.
I'm
you
going to
can
do
use a
that.
silver coin to start another rumor.
I will do that. And I am going to start the rumor that there is very little trust between the Emperor and his advisors. He's been seen going to and from his offices without his advisors and working late into the evenings all by himself.
Can I piggyback off that and use a coin to start another rumor?
Sure.
Sure.
When I start a rumor that, based off the idea that the Emperor is no longer using his advisors, he's turning to the Church of the Ascendant Way for advice.
You fucker. You devious religious
Interesting.
bastard.
I will happily expend a coin for that, please.
And so the new ones sustain for at least another session?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the ones that were given out in the lore doc are starting to fade as new gossip appears. And so unless they're directly quashed, these will impact the next session.
Okay. Can I go ahead and piggyback off of that and go ahead and make another rumor with a silver coin? He's not just turning to the church, but he's turning to a generalized look at institutions. And so therefore headmasters, head priests, and head mages are all the ones who are giving him information.
All aboard the rumor train. Choo choo,
I mean,
motherfuckers.
it seems like the best way
No.
to use it is just to
How-
piggyback.
How do we recoup silver? Because I want to do a rumor off that, but I already spent one, and I don't want to spend another one.
So you can earn them
You-
through gaining inspiration at the end of session. So you just gotta roleplay
That's it.
really good.
Hmm.
You get three to work with for
You
this
know what?
session,
I'm
next
gonna
session, and the
spend one
last
more.
one.
I'll be broke for a bit and see if I can't recoup some more. I'm gonna piggyback off that. Since the Emperor is so untrusting of his interior court and is looking at outside institutions, he has explicitly invited Lord Blackthorn to review military structure.
Silver, get on
Mul-
this. Silver, you've got to get
multi-layered.
on this.
There's a lot of rumors about internal policy of the Emperor right now.
You're welcome.
Hey, last call for expenditures of coins.
I'm not gonna another.
I gotta
piggyback.
hoard
my
We got
last-
too many piggybacks.
I gotta hoard my last silver.
What's the exchange rate for gold coins for silver?
Impossible.
Those are two totally different metals, Holly.
As well as your servants and entourage bring you news of these rumors, you find there in the early morning there have been some letters delivered to your doors. So we're moving to the letter writing phase. Everyone will have a chance to write a letter to another PC, an NPC. You know, it can be in secret or very public that you're sending them a note. The court will start off as there's a very precise knocking on Lord Maelstrom's door.
Maelstrom will answer with his hair done up. He's in his morning routine. So.
One of the servants you saw from last night with the kind of dark blue doublet and little emblem of the court, the royal family in the corner, gives you a quick bow and hands you a sealed letter.
I will go ahead and take the letter, and then I'll flourish and use it to go ahead and make a vow of my own before stepping backwards and closing the door.
Do you read it?
Oh, absolutely. He'll drop like onto the floor, and just like sit, reading over it.
You, my friend Lord Maelstrom Harpus, I must commend you on your grand entrance to the banquet last night. You put on quite the show, and I know everyone was impressed, including myself. I also wanted to tell you that it was such a pleasure to get to speak with you last night in the garden. I dare say it was the most engaging conversation I had all evening. I know that you had requested that perhaps we set up a meeting to continue the conversation, and it would be my pleasure to invite you to have drinks with me and a couple of other individuals tonight after the garden recital. Graciously, Miss Narcisse Edictus.
Yeah, Maelstrom's gonna head over to grab his bag and some of the paper inside of it. He's immediately going to take out a piece of parchment, and with the handwriting of Narcisse, he's going to go ahead and start mimicking it using his calligraphy kit.
Woohoo! I guess give me a calligrapher's tools check.
Okie doke. So I have proficiency with it. That would be just a dex check with proficiency? So like sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, if you have proficiency in sleight of hand.
Okay. Then let me go ahead and see. Hey, it's in the privacy of his own room. It was definitely a nat one.
There's no ink in the pen.
Yeah, you start to write out your note, and you think it definitely looks like Prince Narcisse's handwriting. Not a great match.
Just shrug, and then he'll go ahead and tuck both of the papers into his satchel, and he'll get ready for the day. Big joust.
You send any response?
Yes, yeah, I guess he will. He does have to kind of respond. Just saying I would be delighted to, in the most flowery language possible. He really wants to take that opportunity to pry his way into the situation. And after he's all packed up, after he's all ready and presentable, he will find somebody in that garb to go ahead and get the letter delivered.
That is no problem. You quickly
Does Mail send any? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was thinking, does Maelstrom send any letters of his own?
That he does, and I'll send it over to you right now.
Ooh! Would you like to read it out, or would you prefer to keep it secret? I suppose.
Where's everybody else at? Are we gonna do story time, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up read my letter.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
that's just me. I know what everyone else.
For the viewers, for the viewers.
So people get the full benefit of.
Yeah. This is RP. This is RP. So it is a letter to Countess Camellia Athos. That says, "I hope this missive finds you in good health and prosperity. I write to you as Maelstrom Harpus, sole heir to the Harpus estate, and a noble of keen ambition and refined tastes, with eyes fixed on the future of cultural and scholastic mastery. Your esteemed institution, renowned as it is for its unmatched guidance in the arcane arts, stands at the pinnacle of studies. Your knowledge in overseeing the administration of such a venerated establishment would prove invaluable to my aspirations in fortifying what is already a scholarly bulwark within the Empire. If I may request your ear in a future audience, it would be a blessing akin to having you as my own private tutor. If you need a sign of proof, let my performance this upcoming evening be a monument of my commitment to the scholastic endeavors of the Marillion Empire. I do hope the entwining of magic and music are to your liking. Yours with utmost respect and ambition, Maelstrom Harpist.
The silence that followed from everyone speaks volumes of awe. Yes, you managed to find a servant who is able to deliver the letters with utmost urgency as you prepare yourself for the beginning of your day. And that leads us to our next letter to Killian Valerios.
Killian, equally, you find a letter slipped under your door in the early morning, bearing the stamped in the wax of the seal, bearing the sigil of House Droma.
Okay. We'll open that up.
To the esteemed Baron, Killian Valerius, I am delighted that you and your family were able to attend the tournament, and I hope you have been enjoying it so far. I regret not being able to greet you last night after the banquet. We are the two oldest houses in the Empire, after all. I must have just missed you in the crowd. I endeavor to ready my mistake, and to invite you and your wife to go on a mid-afternoon horse ride around the palace grounds. I'm sure we have much to discuss. Yours respectfully, Count Velusian Droma.
Killian's first response to that is when he reads the incorrect title, is he sighs and then groans. And then he'll return to his table and he'll write half of a letter, apologizing as well. I'm not so eloquent in the moment that I'm going to be able to write a letter for you all.
Oh, you're good.
You're fine.
But it will effectively be an apology and an invitation for some post-dinner entertainment. And then he will fold it. And then he'll write a second letter in response to the one he received. Effectively saying, I thank you for the letter. I was in the middle of composing one myself when yours arrived at my door. I would love to join you this afternoon, between the events, of course, for a peaceful ride through the gardens to discuss future prospects.
Does Killian have any letters of his own to send?
Just one. Upon waking in the morning and hearing of Maelstrom's new social standing, he ups part of his schedule and sends a letter seeking an audience for future business. He explains that the mines under the control of the Valerius family have a surplus of marble and quartz and all sorts of fabulous material used in the sculpting of the most beautiful statues across the land, and he would like to offer their sale to the Corpus household. Sorry, not Corpus, Harpus household. My bad.
You're fine.
I'll be Corpus before we're done with this.
Because I'm
No,
gonna
sorry, too much.
absolutely body this compensation.
Does Killian send this publicly with like a servant bearing your colors, or is it this delivered in secret?
In opposition to how he normally plays social games, I think he will make this a little more public.
All right.
All right. Does
So,
any of the other three of you have any letter? Have a letter you would like to write?
And I read a letter based on news I gained from Ironhoof the previous night.
mhm.
Okay. I didn't initially have a letter, so I don't have anything pinned out. But I would like to send a letter to the arrival of House Galmenorr, having heard that they have arrived, and wishing them the best of greetings. Hope they had a wonderful journey. Emphasizing our kinship as rising from humble beginnings, wanting to meet and discuss trade. All very pleasant, kind of friendly type letters, and I want it to be very public that Blackthorn is sending a letter to House Galmenorr.
Okay.
It is sincere, but also I want it to be public.
Do you have, as you are getting to the palace and you have a moment, do you have a response to send to him, Deander?
So, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Security-wise, how easy is it for people to, once we're in the palace, how easy is it for us to leave the palace during the course of this event? Obviously, I'm coming in and everybody else is already there.
So, as far as leaving, because of your high status, it's pretty easy to find a carriage or a horse to be able to go back out into the city. The thing is, if you're asking if how easy it is to leave without being noticed, that would be quite a bit more difficult, especially during the day. At night, you might have a higher chance, but there are guards everywhere, not only for the Imperial Palace, but a lot of houses have their own guards and knights and such that are also keeping eyes around. So it is possible to leave, but to leave unnoticed would definitely require some dice rolls.
My question was more so on the former of it's,
Mhm.
are we sequestered here during the course of these events, or are we free to come and go as we please?
You're free to come and go as you please.
Okay.
Mhm.
You are at a high enough station that no one's going to stop you unless you're being explicitly requested for something by the Emperor.
So I'm going to do this kind of funny because my letter was going to be to Covington anyway. So so I'm not going to respond to his. We're going to have our messages cross in the mail.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
and I don't have anything penned out, as I explained to a couple of you as I got in here. I was planning on being here and having a chance to write this out ahead of time. So, basically to the point of, it seems we have been made to be known as allies in the rumor mill. Why not investigate whether that is a positive interaction? And inviting Covington and whoever he so chooses to bring along to meet Baron Galmenorr at the Steel Rose.
Covington will accept happily.
And that would be an invite for after the recital.
All right.
I guess that leaves Pius. Does Pius have any letters to send?
100%. Yeah, he's sending one letter.
Okay.
It's not going to anyone in the court. He's sending it back to. He's sending it back home.
Absolutely.
To my brother, the Right Reverend Cardinal Honorius Talisker, Fidei Defensor, first of the revered, left hand of the Patriarch, the illuminating presence and scholar of the Word. Honorius. Thus far, the gathering of the Imperial Tournament has been somewhat of an understated affair. The money hasn't been spared, but the taste is as lacking as you'd think. Of note, the Dowager is still trying to marry off her boys like prime bulls at an auction. I'm surprised she hasn't started booking them night by night, selling pumps from the Imperial faucet. The other representatives are of an interesting sort, with some relationships worth pursuing, and others worth the perusal. In summary, one Maelstrom Harpers is a very put-together young man. However, it does seem like he's all sizzle and no sausage. On the flip side, there's a gentleman called Covington, and he seems to be all sausage and no sizzle. So between the two of them, I don't know what to think. There's a gentleman from the De Leon family, Miguel, etc., 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 De Leon, who's a nice lad. Maybe it's worth helping him out with his tax issues. And Killian Belarius, and it's crossed out, and there's Belarian, and then it's crossed out, and he's just like, Killian. Apparently, he's a member of our flock. So, that's always nice to find out. Also, the Emperor's half-sister suggested I speak to him privately about the road to our fair city. Hilariously, she's convinced the idea was hers, which means the groundwork that was laid successfully by our agents. I hope your work with the Ecumenical Council will pay dividends. Yours I, Pius Talisker, Fidei Defensor, first of the Chosen, right hand of the Patriarch, the light that guides, and praetor of the end times. P.S. The food's alright.
So, obviously, with the distance that letter is going, you will not be receiving a response, but that information is sent out, and if you could also send us at least a picture of what that was written,
Oh, sure.
so I can add it to our notes.
Yeah.
That was all on top of his head. Didn't you catch that?
Yeah.
The only bits I have written down are all the titles, because Christ knows I wasn't remembering them.
To you recited
What an icon.
them with such zeal.
I don't have any friends here at the palace, so I'm just sending a letter home.
Fair. All right. So with that, I suppose we will transition back into the current moment. It is not long before the jousting begins. Okay. The list field is filled with raucous cheers as the knights in gleaming armor and adorned in the various house colors parade around the tilt yard. The large and proud horses kick up light puffs of dust in their wake. The late morning sun beats down, but as you are all nobles, you are seated under wooden awnings where it is much cooler than it is for the common folk who have been so graciously invited, in the wooden bleachers across the way. The air stinks of horse shit, oiled leather, and sweat. But on tables just out of view, a woody scented incense just barely masks it. All your banners hang high, and many of you have chosen your knights and champions for this event. Outside the joust field are a number of tents to allow armoring up in private and small stables to keep the fine steeds of the event. Among the commoners, beer flows freely in wooden mugs, whereas the nobles have pomegranate and honey wine, served in fine bronze goblets, of course. Sat in the center of the nobles, though currently empty, are two ornate thrones carved with the stars and tower of House Benedictus. Nearest to them is Count Canis, Othos, and his wife, Countess Camilla. You all are welcome to come in if you are joining the audience for the joust. Take your seats, chat among yourselves, chat with your fellow nobles, as you are waiting not only for the arrival of the Emperor and the Prince, but also the beginning of the first round of jousting.
You would also all notice that very, very noticeably, Miguel de Leon is not present at the joust.
Are any of his people competing in the joust? Are their names on the listings, on the hustings?
Nope.
Nope.
It seems he and his folk have business elsewhere today. So any discussions we want? And of course also, to be noted, how does Baron Galmenorr make his debut for court? 'Cause this is your grand entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Like the opposite of House Harpens. The most understated and not wanting to cause any sort of a commotion to draw away from anything. But the one thing that I will particularly note is that he would wait until the absolute last moment before the joust begins to go up and take a seat, as well as his guests.
Yes. Which, you two, you and your guest, take your seats, and immediately there is stirring. Killian. Your...
Older, I would say the older woman looks over at you, and specifically at your wife. And she stands up and goes over to greet her.
Marcia...
Oh.
Marcia stands up and goes over to you, Galmenorr, and your guest. Great Aunt Cassienne. Good to see you. What are you doing? I thought you weren't going to be here.
Oh, well, old friend, convinced me that I should probably at least show my face here. I'm sure with Lord Galmenorr, everything should be alright, or at least for me, as Matron Cassienne Melota greets her great niece.
Who is the wife of Killian Belarios. And Marcia turns to you, Deander, is like, thank you very much. I was told she had no interest in coming, but thank you for convincing her somehow.
Oh, it seemed a pity to miss out all the lovely fanfare in the first tournament in a long time, so just some gentle encouragement that this lovely
Please.
event taken.
Please, you must come sit with us, my husband and I.
Graciously accept.
And she will lead you both over to where Killian is. And Killian, you hear Marcia whisper, I did not expect this. I did not expect this.
It's not a problem as long as... No. No, I can't see it being a problem.
Do I hear
Covington
this
here.
whisper?
I would say, Deander, you definitely hear Maricia's kind of anxious mutterings. Covington, make a perception check for me.
Perception.
Am I rolling something against that?
If you want to roll...
I'm specifically just seeing if, well, two things. If he sees this lady from House Melota introduce herself or hears it. And if he just sees it but doesn't hear it, does he recognize her?
He
definitely hears the introduction. That was very public.
Yes.
Okay. I'm specifically just wanting to see that. Okay, I rolled a 17 for what that's worth. But, is his whole entourage with him other than Iron Hoof?
If you want them to be... Or...
Yeah?
Yeah.
If you want them to be.
Okay. He's gonna just suddenly elbow Lucy, who's probably sitting beside him, because she often is. And he's just gonna nod in the direction of Meloda.
Oh, by the Pantheon, and she'll kind of quickly lower her voice. The fuck? How did they already get her? It's my job.
How did she sneak under your nose?
I'm gonna blame Ironhoof.
Ironhoof? He was with the guards last night.
Oh, someone had to keep him in line. You know how he is.
You were with Ironhoof? I didn't send you to Ironhoof.
She's gonna glare at your other house member,
Bell,
and he's just gonna like put his hands up like, I'm not getting involved in this.
Anyway, I just want to know everywhere she is. Don't interact. Don't get caught. I just want to know where she goes and who she talks to.
Lucy will give you a thumbs up, and you turn your head, and as you turn back, she's already gone.
Alright, I'll ask whether I would notice any of the commotion and shuffling from Blackthorn.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would, especially with Lucy's initial outburst, so I would ask to make a perception check to see if you see Lucy slipping off, and I'll make...
She's not a very good spy. I don't know why I keep her around.
We all know why you keep her around.
She has her other...
You can make assumptions.
Well, hey, we are off to great on rolls tonight. Right on there with that nat 1.
Yeah,
thanks for setting the tone there, AJ. It's an 11, if that makes it any better, but...
No, you also... I'll let you in on this. She rolled a 19 for stealth. So, similar with Covington is... you happen to look away, or you get a mote of dust in your eye, and by the time you look back, she is poof. If anything, she is good at sneaking away, so maybe that's why you keep her around, Covington.
Maybe.
It's one where it's like, can we use the passive? I like the passive. Passive.
You notice there was a commotion there, but you're not really sure what it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Where did Cassian go?
She's still with you guys.
Oh, so she's sitting with us now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I will just kind of lean in and whisper to her, you know, I don't get many opportunities to meet much of Mauricia's family. If you do us the honor of joining us for supper tonight.
Any other conversations, interactions before the joust begins?
Mail would have missed all of that because he's gonna go down and give River some words of encouragement before the joust. So he doesn't know Galmenorr is there.
Do you say...
what sort of encouragement are you giving?
Yeah,
Bardic inspiration.
Mail is extremely uncomfortable being down here because all he really knows is phantom steeds, which they don't leave like a physical presence really behind. So he is kind of maneuvering through the manure and all of the things down there until he reaches River, and is just going to step up and say, I really don't think that we really need to win this one, if I'm being completely honest. We're not really made for things like jousting, but I do want to just say best of luck to you on this one. Maybe you can pull it out of a hat. I would be thoroughly impressed.
Your faith in me is so encouraging, sir.
Well, I mean, at the very least, I thought that it might be nice to go ahead and give you this. And Mail is actually going to go ahead and pull out his own armor set. Just this beautiful, like, untarnished silver. It looks like polished to the nines. And say, I totally leave it up to you, but if I was in your position, I might want to make a show out of it.
Well, that is what our job is, making a show, and he'll accept the armor.
Cool. Mail is going to go ahead and kind of tink his fingernail against the old armor and then the very nice armor. Just say, yeah, I'm thinking this one's a little bit higher quality, probably. And as he's tinking between the two, kind of just this little melodic note, and he will go ahead and give Bardic Inspiration to River. Silver read me like a book,
Nice.
but hey.
Bard recognizes Bard.
Thank you. But yeah, with that, he will go ahead and kind of pick up his cape just the tiniest bit, probably like roll the bottom of it around his fingertips to prevent it from hitting the floor, and then just say, yes, definitely give him a show, but you are the most rugged out of us, so own that if you can. I think some of the ladies might be keeping an eye on you, and networking is networking. And he'll go ahead and kind of like wave off as he turns around and walks away.
To be fair, for there are not very many single women in the crowd, as the few of quite high standing are currently at tea with the Empress, which two of you, or one of you, the other person is not here, have a house member there. And that will be... Oh, sorry.
Mail definitely meant the married women. He wants...
That's fair.
He totally wants her. Wants River just to be a homewrecker.
I now think I know who he's talking about, too. What is your Bardic Inspiration die, by the way?
It is a D8.
D8, thank you, sir. So... as you take your seat, the horns blare, announcing the entrance of Emperor Honorius and Prince Narcisse. They take their spot in the center of everyone. And in only moments, the joust will begin. Pius, what are you up to in all of this?
Well, it's just me. One of my retainers is following some unattached women in a completely non-creepy way. Just to see where they go and what they're doing. It's completely reasonable. Don't at me. The other two retainers I have are down at the field, sort of watching. I want to see the just like observing like fighting styles and stuff like that of the people who are competing in the joust, as well as interactions they may have. They're just sort of down there watching. Pius just sort of sat there. I imagine he probably got there reasonably early, so I don't know like how close you're allowed to sit to the thrones. I don't know what the clearance is around them.
There is like some like they kind of like centered on this little space, so the closest seats are like a little bit distant from them, but like still like you within like you could say something quietly and they'd probably still hear you.
I'll do my best to get one of those seats because I have no one else with me. I'll find some space.
Alright.
I'm visibly seen next to the Emperor.
Sounds good. Alright. Are we all ready for the joust? Any last conversations?
Operations?
The bit that I DM'd you, was I able to get a seat closer to the action?
Yes. So you were also able
Okay.
to, if, say, sorry, it took me a second. If,
Yeah.
say, Pius is on one side, you're, like, kind of on the other back slightly, so you'd actually be right behind Count Canis and Countess Camilla. They're in front of you, and then you have the Emperor and the Prince right there as well.
Okay.
Male will join that mix as well. Why not?
Okay.
Just proximity, just a
Well,
big old
yeah.
bundle, just
We
a
all just- we all
fireball's
just-
width.
Yes, you would also notice kind of in that group the Archmage is standing kind of in the back behind the two, the Prince and the Emperor. She, very unobtrusively, just there.
Is it kind of, whenever Covington is either comes in or looking around, whatever, is it kind of blatant that Pius is just sitting on his lonesome with nobody
Yeah, I'm just sitting there,
around, or is he kind of mixed into the crowd?
I said it without like a way of how seeing how the seats actually look. About where it is. I'm just sat so if people were to look up, they would see, the Emperor, the Prince, and then one of the next people they'd see would be Pius.
Yeah. If Covington came in and just like saw you sitting there alone and being all lonely, he was just gonna go sit beside you just to have some, being a sociable fella.
Oh.
Just to be like, hey, what's up? Weren't you that priest guy? That guy, I saw you.
No, you absolutely did. That was me. Not so much a priest, more of a follower of the way.
Apologies.
No, it's not. But you know what? It can get a little bit sort of mixed up in terms of, hierarchy and stuff like that.
You're telling me, have you ever been in a military camp? You know how many different altars there are? The incense mixes together, it smells like turkey.
It's I'm not a formal military man though. I do head the I guess you could call it the military wing of the Ascendant Way.
Really, there's a military wing of your faith.
You see, people seem to have problems with people choosing to believe whatever they want to believe. And they also the road leading to our city is plagued by bandits. So it's
Really?
Yeah, it's always worth having an iron fist in the velvet glove. You understand?
Oh, trust me. If anyone understands, I understand. You ever talked to some of the clients I've ever told you? Maybe you have. I don't know. You need some help with those roads? I'd have soldiers.
Well, that's all well and good, but we try and find our people from within the faithful. There are those who feel the call, and those who have maybe had a life of military service, but have felt themselves called to the faith.
If you change your mind,
I'll
happily be around.
It's much appreciated. Now, who do you reckon's going to win this?
Ironhoof, obviously. I gotta say Ironhoof. He's my man.
Ironhoof's yours, is he? All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, his name is Ironhoof. If he doesn't win a joust, he's got to lose his name.
I admire someone who's got that much confidence in the people that follow him. That shows a lot about a person.
You could say confidence, sure.
Well, I wish your man the best of luck.
You got a man in?
Absolutely not. No.
No. Not a sporting man.
Oh no. It's just I understand the importance of bread and circuses. But
and what is that important to? You have to enlighten me. I'm new to all this. Normally, I'm just out in the camp outside of some sort of keep somewhere in the godforsaken backward. Don't know if it's meant, of course. And just
everything.
Maybe we'll have a kind of tournament to keep ourselves interested, but you really don't want to cut the head off of your own people. It's bad for morale, so got to use sticks and all that. It's very boring. This is much better.
Well, you can't have a giant symposium of posturing without giving people a chance to whack 7 bells of shit out of each other. Because you can't now. You strike me as the kind of man who, if somebody insulted you or insulted those that you love, you'd do something about it. A man of action. Would I be wrong in that assumption?
No, I think you'd be right in that assumption. You might be a bit surprised at the action taken, but I think you'd be right.
Well, in these kind of sort of gesture around it, in these kind of affairs, it's somewhat frowned upon. So what they do is they get the biggest people they have, they put them on big horses, and they make them ride at each other at unfeasible speeds.
So what you're saying is they're compensating for something.
Well, those are your words, sir, not mine. But
See, I'm always dealing with nobles from the other side of the wall, and it always seems like they have all of these giant men or walls or buildings, and they're never quite so giant themselves.
that is something I've noticed myself.
We have a lot of, seems we have a lot in common, you and I. I would love to sit next to you, and you'll have to forgive me if I get some stray bits of turkey leg on your, are you wearing robes?
I am. He's wearing. At the moment, he's just wearing robes. He doesn't have his armor on.
You have to forgive me if I get some. I tend to get into these sporting events whenever.
It's completely fine. One of the things that we teach in the church is that to enjoy all the time that you have and live it to the fullest.
Sounds like you got a good church there.
Well, I'd say so, but I am quite biased.
Yeah. And unless you have questions for Covington, he's just gonna kind of lapse into small talk from there.
Yeah. Just sort of let that play out. Get this joust on the field road.
So as the last couple bits of small talk kind of enter the kind of rumbling kind of ceases, the riders exit their stables, each bearing the house's colors on their shields, as well as with large tall flag bearers, long narrow-tipped flags, as they kind of take a single promenade around the arena, and everyone claps and cheers respectively and for their favored knights and boos for the ones that they wish to fail, as the joust prepares to begin.
I would like each of you to go ahead and roll a d20 so we can decide which match goes in which order.
As Pious, you don't need to.
Yes, I was going to say, if my match goes first, will it be over quickly?
It will be.
7.
So
Hey, the ones have been broken. That's good.
18.
12.
what'd you get? Oh,
8.
silver.
Well, we've had one roll in the double digits so far, so that's good.
So
Elders.
Strong.
by a great amount of luck, because you were also the first one I had listed on my notes. Sir Gerald will be going first, and he will be riding against Sir Macthea, who is you all would have noticed. She is currently wearing the house colors of House Benedictus. You would have noticed she is the personal guard of the Empress Dowager. So, Zana, how?
For do a quick review of the rules for our audience. The two riders are going to be charging at each other, both going to roll an attack roll. And if one of them hits, they're going to roll damage. Lance does 1d12 damage. If they get hit, they will need to make an animal handling check equal to the damage taken. And if they fail, then they fall off the horse and they lose. And there's a couple of different ways that they can, strategies they can use that could boost their attack or AC or their animal handling check, and we will explain those as we go. So how is Sir Gerald jousting?
Well,
It's fine morning. Is he just doing a normal attack, or is he using one
Gerald.
of the strategies?
Gerald is a gentleman. He's a large man, but looks intimidating, but he's a gentle giant. And very chivalrous. I think his first round, he's going to play this a little more defensively. So he's going to charge defensively. Because he doesn't want to mar the face of a beautiful woman.
I mean, they're both wearing helmets, so hopefully that doesn't happen.
You ever see a lance go through a helmet?
I
Even
have,
one of the
yes.
fake jousting ones? Shit's nasty.
Yeah.
Defensive gives a -5 to Gerald's attack, but a +5 to his AC. As you line up your lances, and begin running at each other. We'll go ahead and make a attack roll for Sir Gerald.
Okay, so for this currently, his AC would be 25, and it would just be a flat roll to hit.
You just your normal attack roll attack plus your proficiency plus strength.
Okay, so yeah, it would just be a flat
And then
roll
mi-
because
and
he's
then
getting
mi-
a
and then-
-5.
He's getting the -5.
Okay, and then he does have a shield, yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
you have a shield.
Okay, so yeah, his AC would be 25, and his attack would just be a flat roll. And I don't think I'm going to hit with an 11. So I think what's going to happen is over in the stands, Killian is going to silently cast Silvery Barbs. Give advantage to Gerald and disadvantage to his opponent.
Roll again for Megathea.
And I was literally typing up what I rolled.
Sorry.
Oh,
Well, it sucks for you. I actually rolled better this time.
Oh, okay.
It's the
that
same
is-
thing.
That is an 11 for me, so I don't think that hits her.
So her AC. No, you do. Actually, Conrad, you know the rules better than I do, so.
yes. So you both charge at each other and smash into the shields, kind of splintering, splinters flying up, as the crowd roars in approval at both solid hits on your jousting shields, as you, both of the knights kind of take a moment to wheel around and begin to charge at each other again. Any change to Sir Gerald's strategy?
I think he's going to play the next round a little more defensively, see what happens.
Also, I'm gonna need Killian to make. So, did you use subtle spell?
I did,
On
yes.
Okay.
Make sure you mark your sorcery point. That's all.
Yep.
Yep.
I believe I already. Yes, I already did. Okay. And I did mark the spell slot. Yes, I did. Okay. That's a 17 for Gerald.
That would hit her AC.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage. D12 plus strength.
Hey, that's a 12, so 15 damage.
Nice. Sir Megathea also hits Sir Gerald.
She beat a 25? That's crazy.
She rolled 25 exactly.
I think I'm just gonna subtly silvery that again. So just before the lance impacts.
So, as the spell goes out, her the grasp on her lance falters for just a moment, and instead it skims off Sir Gerald's shield. So she will need to make a animal handling check
Yes.
to stay on her horse.
On it. Da, 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 da. She does not stay on. It rolled a 7.
With a powerful attack struck to the center of her breastplate, she tries to hold onto the reins, but the force of his attack is too powerful, and she is flung backwards onto her back. And Sir Gerald wins the first round of the joust.
I think there's just a very polite.
Yeah, there's much clapping.
The
And,
crowd roars in excitement, not necessarily for Sir Gerald, but for the fact that someone was knocked off a horse, and that's pretty damn impressive. Lots of cheering. There is also a good amount of booing, as of course she was riding for the Imperial House. So there's definitely a number of eyes now currently on your colors.
Sir Megathea very stiffly stands up and gives a very slight, stiff bow to Sir Gerald, and then just turns her on her back and leaves. And one of the stewards runs to go gather her horse and her remaining lances and leaves the field.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Gerald looks my way, I would kind of give him a nod to follow and be a gentleman about it.
All right.
Galmenor's just giving a golf clap.
Speaking of which, that means Jury is up against Sir Cato.
The herald from last night that you would all recognize announces the riders between Zuri of High Summit and Sir Cato of Hoofs Patricia.
And for those who do not remember, Cato is the half-dwarf who Miguel chatted with last night, though none of you saw it necessarily.
Yes, Leander, because this would be your first. You weren't here last night. You would recognize Sir Cato as a member of the Patricia household.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes.
You said that the Imperial Mage is making herself visible. Is she doing anything? Like casting any sort of spell or anything?
She's been keeping her eye out. Like, you occasionally feel her gaze kind of sweeping over the crowd. But she's not been casting any magic as far as you've seen.
Okay. Mail is going to go ahead and kip up then from his seat, and he's going to, if I'm assuming this right, they're bleachers. He really wants to hop on top of them to go up, but he's going to go ahead and go to the staircase and follow up properly. And he's going to cut
Very
over
proper.
towards the Imperial Mage.
All right. You begin approaching the Imperial Mage, Irene Prodroma. And she sees you, and she kind of like, very subtly, but you do notice it, kind of waves you to kind of come around the side to come and stand with her.
I will do so.
Yeah. She's me, right? I am her.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. May I help you, Lord Harpus?
Yes, indeed you can. I was wondering, what exactly are the safeguards that are in place? There was no real sort of disclaimer with all of this, and I have assistive magics, of course, if you do need the services of House Harpus for any sort of detection or divination. I'm just wondering, how exactly are we actively preventing against any sort of foul play, as it were?
He'll kind of look at you. If you were talking about foul play among the various lords, we do trust that she will not be so negligent as to cause such a scene and cheat at this fair game. And those who are will very swiftly find themselves punished and any winning stripped of them.
Sure. That is a perfect non-answer, if I do say so myself. I am of the mind that trust is not given, but it's actually built between individuals. So, I mean, isn't it just a little sad that the Imperial House went down just like that?
It happens.
Mel's gonna go ahead and try to lean in a little bit more and say, listen, all I'm saying is I have detection magic prepped and ready, and at your behest I would love to go ahead and just make sure that you had an additional assistance. You deserve it. You're working this whole arena.
If you would like to bring forth, to kind of pause, substantial evidence of foul play, I would not be remiss of stripping the winnings of someone who did not play fair.
So then I have the Imperial permission.
You have my permission.
Much appreciated. He will go ahead and just full on skip away. He's gonna kind of, as he's going down the bleachers, he'll like jump every other step, kind of bound his way down, and he is going to stand right at the fences, make eye contact with Irene at the top, and just give big thumbs up and a big hearty full body wink.
She is actively now pretending to ignore you.
Brilliant.
Was there any subtlety to your actions?
No, and I'm
Like
around
you're-
like three of y'all, so
Yeah.
Come on, make an acrobatics check for that lovely skipping down the bleachers.
You know what? Yeah, but I'll give you
18.
advantage.
Oh,
All right,
advantage.
we
Let's
need-
see.
Let's crit fish.
18. Take the 18.
19. All right. So that does bring us to Sir Cato the Stalwart, a gruff dwarven fellow of red hair and a kind of more substantial build, against Jury. So, Silver, how is Jury going to be approaching?
Aggressive.
Okay.
Aggressive.
That's your style.
Aggressive gives a +5 to attack, but a -5 to her AC. The trumpet
Bigger
sounds, and the two of them charge at each other.
Just got a 19. Slowly moving up on the dice rolls, but we have not hit double digits yet.
So they both ride towards each other at either end of the tilt yard. Each of you rides painted lances, pointed, faces obscured, and both lances bounce off of the other's shield.
She's sticking aggressive.
So you turn around, a cloud of dust kicking up in your wake, and charge towards each other again. Please roll again for me.
23.
So you charge forward, or I should say, Jury charges forward. Her shoulders held back, lance tight in her grip, and with little effort, she hits the center of Sir Gerald. I'm gonna need him to make an animal handling. Sir Cato. Sorry,
No,
You're fine.
it's better if it's Sir Gerald. That would be pretty
Doing
fun.
one of those like
Sir Cato.
Back to back.
Gerald's
hits
just stood to
Sir
the side. Just get
Yes,
fucking
Sir-
absolutely blasted.
Sir Cato. He'll need to make an animal handling check.
Sir Cato's lance is not even lined up correctly and fully whiffs on Zuri's shield.
It doesn't even, like, the air doesn't even brush her shoulder properly.
You need to make your attack roll, a d12 plus strength.
7.
Okay. He does roll a 17 on his animal handling check, so he is able to kind of connect and hold himself in, bracing down with using his short stature to his advantage. You did score a hit though, and you notice most of the crowd is cheering for Zuri right now.
It's almost as if, because it's going to be going on and she's having to change lances, the crowd is even more excited. There's cheering, there's a lot of noise, and a lot of it is in support of Zuri, and more importantly, House Galmenorr. So, Zuri is handed a new lance painted in the colors of House Galmenorr, the greens and blues, and they charge again.
She'll shift defensive.
Give me y'all's rolls.
It's a 15.
Okay.
Both glance off each other's shields and wheel around with almost no pause as the war horses are getting riled up and competitive now as well. This round, sticking with defensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a lovely 1 on the attack.
So, I said defensive still for Zuri. So,
despite her defensive stance, Sir Cato manages to get underneath her shield and get a lancing blow on the side of her armor.
she will need to make a animal handling check.
D12, here we go. rolls a 7. So you need to make a 7 on your animal handling check.
15. Well, 15 without. Did we do? They had proficiency.
Yes.
So it'll be a 17. Since the knight has 0 in wisdom.
Yes.
All right, so she manages to, she manages to hold on. The crowd's cheers getting wilder and more raucous.
A number of boos actually showing up as Sorcado scores a hit. Many of those audience members are glad that Jury did not fall off her horse. Yes.
Can I insight
Ollie, do you
check
have a
the
question?
crowds? Yes. Can I insight check the crowd to see
Sure.
if they're doing it because they like House Galmenorr or they're just super racist?
Go ahead, make
an insight check.
Dirty 20.
I would say
You get the sense that people like Jury's style, but a lot of them, especially the boos, are people just being super racist.
Fucking rich people.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. All right.
Next round.
Aggressive.
Okay.
Aggressive. Going back to aggressive.
16. Back to the low rolls.
Another whiff of glancing hits for both of you. Let's do one more.
Sticking aggressive.
To say that you
Okay.
okay. Kato got that one good roll, but other
Yeah.
24.
Yeah. I think
That was
with
it.
that, Juries, you see as splinters of void in your house colors, fly out as her lance hits the center of Sorcado's shield. Does he? Can you roll damage for me, Silver? And
Yeah, an
or
8.
D12, 8, and
and
roll in.
and Sorcado rolls a 7 on his animal handling check.
And he
So
tumbles.
5 plus 2.
He tumbles off into the dirt. The dust settles. Azuri's horse is prancing around, the energy just filling it, and the crowd goes wild, crying out her name. You see even a few roses are being thrown her way. It seems Jury has quickly made herself a fan favorite among the court, in just her style of jousting and in dehorsing Sorcado. Yes, Maelstrom.
Mail wants to see how susceptible the audience is to a chant, specifically formalizing, calling out Jury's name.
Roll a persuasion check, and depending on the rant, I'll let you have advantage or not.
Okay.
Chant.
Okay. It's nothing intense. He'll just find the cadence of like her name repeated over and over again. He'll opt for her first name. That's what people are calling out, or are they calling out House Galmenorr?
Jury, just her first name.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he'll just Jury. Something very basic.
Yeah, straight roll.
Cool. It is a 16 plus 7. 23.
considering they're already chanting her name, it is not hard to get them to do so in a specific cadence. And so everyone, your ears are filled with the very loud chants of jury, jury, jury. And all eyes are now on you, Deander.
I'm just gonna stand and applaud. Very professionally, but definitely not the golf clap from before. So
She gives a wave and stands up in her stirrups towards the assembled nobles before riding off to clean herself up, and Cato gets himself to his feet and also leaves soon after. You do look over and you see Count Valseverus and his wife, Countess Eugenia. Both are definitely looking a bit more sour now after such a loss. But it is not over quite yet. Any conversations happening in the meantime between bouts? And if not, that brings us
next
to AJ. So it is River against Lord Drusus, who he is the scion of House Prodroma, the grandson of Count Volusian Prodroma, a young man with blonde hair and a quite charming smile, though currently he is in a helmet and in his house colors.
Remington, as River kind of rides out on kind of helmet under one hand, kind of waving to the crowd in the House Harpist colors, can you make a perception check for me?
Sure. Perception. 15.
15.
Yep.
You know that face. You've seen that person before. You fought that person before.
That person has pissed you off royally before.
The knight for House Harpist, specifically?
Yes.
Do I know why I know them?
Big history
I would.
check.
Oh,
Not
9.
a IDC, but
Rolled a 9.
So you can't place their name off the top of your head. You know it's not the name that's being cried out, but you know they have it's a different name. And you know they screwed you over. Big time.
So many people do.
But
they cost you a large amount of money.
yes. And now they're wearing the colors of House Harpus.
Good to know.
As they announce, the herald kind of stumbles for a moment and just announces River of House Harpus against Lord Drusus of House Prodroma, first of his name.
Covington's just gonna mumble, "Fucking River my arse."
Do I hear you say that?
I'm not hiding it that much. If you hear it, you're welcome to.
But it's like
pitch in,
just sort of stop and say, "I'm sorry, did you just say to river your ass?"
Medicine for that.
I'm trying to think how Covington would respond to that, but I guess he's angry in the moment, so he isn't gonna go along with the joke. He's like, "No, that night over there, I don't know what the fucking name is, but it's fucking River, and they screwed me the fuck over a few years back."
Oh, well, that's. I mean, surely you should take it up with Lord Maelstrom over there. It seems to be his.
Yeah, surely I might, and then Covington's just gonna chug the rest of his beer, I'm assuming that he has, and then he's just gonna, like, shout down and start, "Starving! Not bigger! Biggest what you got!"
What does River look like again?
I will
if I remember correctly, he's pretty meek-looking fellow, right?
Adri, that's on you.
I don't
Or was
think
he just-
No,
River,
it
River
said
didn't get
so.
described. Did River get described?
No.
Yeah.
Or
Just
River got
whenever-
described minimally, yeah, actually.
Whenever I recall you talking to or about him, it just gives off meek.
Sure. I mean, I can post the image. Do you want me to just post it in general?
Yeah, sure.
I would say
I
he's
think that may have you think you may have been talking to the one of his other confidants,
Maybe.
his vizier.
River specifically. He's
Oh, okay. Never mind. Definitely not
he's
what I pictured.
quite broad of chest. Still, he's definitely not a small man. Has been someone who has been very active, very strong. He definitely could stand toe to toe with any of the other knights, but especially Lord Drusus.
Okay.
Do I get my giant mug of beer?
You get your giant mug of beer.
Thank you. I need to ensure this.
I think once he gets it, Killian's just gonna look at him. You know, I hear drinking too much of that can actually cause a bit of a river butt. You should slow down a little bit before you make a fool of yourself.
Covington's just gonna chug another one and then order a third, just to spite him.
Yeah, okay.
I can't believe there's a GIF specifically for this.
The
Specifically for this.
competitors line up.
Specifically for Covington right now.
Oh boy.
How does River
Okay, yeah.
and on jousting?
How does River perform with it?
Yeah, so as the joust begins, what strategy is River
he's gonna
is
go
River taking?
defensive, and he donned my armor, so that actually changes his armor class.
What does it change it to?
He'd have 17 still, because he's not adding his charisma anymore, but he'd also have a shield, which would push it to 19.
Oh yeah, everyone has a shield,
19.
so.
No.
Yeah.
It changes it, but it's the same number. It's just the compensation of the armor makes up for the charisma that he would have been able to replace it with. And he looks more knightish, so it's fine.
Understood.
Not knightish enough.
Well, okay.
So,
Just a river butt.
but he's taking defensive. Hey. So what? Go ahead and roll your attack.
I can't
It's
see
a
that.
nat 20. It's a little kraken.
Ooh.
Sorry.
That's fair.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna say that nat 20 hits.
Yeah. Drusus's animal
so
handling.
you go ahead and roll damage and roll 2 d12s.
So it's the d12s plus his strength?
Yes, 2 d12s plus his strength.
Okay. 5 and 6, which is 11, plus 2, 13.
He rolls a 26 for his animal handling.
Damn.
It would be plus 1, it would be 12. It
are
would be
you-
12, actually. So
Are you sure about that?
Braced is plus 5 to animal handling, right? Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Or am I getting...
No, you're right.
No, no, Lord.
Oh, I got... Sorry, no.
Bruce.
Defensive. Sorry.
You're fine. I think it's still high enough that
Yes.
that it
Well, he rolled a 19.
oh yeah, that would beat it.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, he. This is very unfortunate. I don't know. It feels like a just change it in the moment, but I feel like on a crit, they should have disadvantage on the animal handling check.
I can do that, yeah.
Yeah, I think that feels fair.
I rolled a 2. So, that would be a 4 total. So you
So the,
knock him off.
The cheer goes up as it starts, and then it immediately quiets, and then raucous cheering, not quite as loud as the one for Jiri comes up as you unseat River unseats one of the lords of the house of the noble houses in one joust.
There's also one very loud boo.
Male's probably midway trying to teach the people down in the lower bleachers how to do the wave, and then he just turns around and he has his arms up and he goes, "Oh, okay." He's as surprised as everybody else.
Yeah, Lord Drusus is not taking it well. He's he immediately is like gets up and is arguing with the referee and demanding a retry, and that he wasn't ready, and that obviously need to go again because he wasn't prepared, and
Seeing Count Volusian start to argue with the referee, the Emperor will stand up and say, "He won fair and square. There's no need to argue it."
Drusus just waves a hand at the referee and marches off the field.
Male's gonna turn up to the Emperor, who just made that call, and say, "Fair and square chested, am I right, ladies?" And just appeal to, since he's at the bottom of the bleachers, all of the women in the stands.
There's definitely some roses being thrown at River as well. You're good. One of them might even be from Countess Camilla, but you can't be sure.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
All right, that means last but certainly not least, that would be Sir Ironhoof against another Lord of the Realm, Lord Tiberius, the grandson of Count Canis Othos, cousin to the Emperor and Prince.
Fun.
Yes.
As Ironhoof comes out, Blackthorn is just gonna stand up and just go, Ironhoof! And, you know, he's gonna rally Bell to do it with him, and Bell's not going to, but he's gonna be like, you know, he's gonna slosh beer everywhere, might get some on Pius's robe accidentally. Just be making a raucous old time.
Gillian regrets not learning a silence spell.
Yes, but the crowd goes wild.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely for Ironhoof.
For both riders as they are announced.
Yes. So, both of these gentlemen, one though is significantly larger than the other.
Line up.
Sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because technically Covington's making these rolls. Can I just be like, I assume does he sit back down after the general sort of yelling?
Yeah, after once, you know, everybody's announced and everything, he cheers them on, and once everybody kind of just the nature of it dies down, he sits back down. He's still very invested, but he sits back down and is.
I think I was going to say, Pius would just be like, that's your man, Ironhoof.
Yeah, that's it. The big one, obviously. I don't know the small one that one over there. The big one.
Though obviously you have faith in your man's strength and ability. It never hurts to ask the gods. And I'll just be like, I'll just sort of like hold out a hand as if I'll just be like, I can say a few words if you'd like.
Covington hums and haws for it. fuck it, why not? I've been in worse foxholes than this, and just takes the hand and just
Yeah.
keeps looking at Iron Hoof.
Can I give guidance to Covington on these rolls? Because he's making them. It'd be weird if I was doing it on there.
What is
but
the range
because he's
for
acting,
guidance?
Guidance is touch.
As
Is
an
why I
expert
was-
on guidance.
No.
Yeah,
I
I would
mean-
have to say no because it's using the night stat block.
Okay, got you.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Heath is making the rolls. The
Iron Hoof
person
is doing
jousting
the stuff.
is
Yeah.
is
I
Iron
appreciate
Hoof's
the
acting.
effort, but that's
No,
alright.
it's all good. How far away are we from the joust? I'm gonna get interesting with this now.
Oh god, this is the ceiling
Yeah.
debate all over again.
Always.
Just, am I within 30 feet of the people jousting?
Probably would be.
Don't mind me.
Yeah,
I'll
no, I
pull
think- I
up
think
the
so.
size of a
Yeah.
jousting field.
No, from my experience with jousting fields and having the box seats of the royal house, you would probably be within 30 feet. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. That's all I need to
Apparently,
know.
there's no such thing as a standard jousting field.
Oh,
I immediately
shit,
closed
there
that
it is.
tab.
Yeah, the jousting hasn't been in the Olympics for many years.
Should bring it back, honestly. Shame.
You can replace breakdancing.
No, it can't. Breakdancing's too entertaining.
That's
It's
true.
it's already not going to be in the LA Olympics, but is that too topical? Are we dating ourselves? For the people in 2020,
We're
2044
always dating
watching this?
ourselves.
That's fine.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm hip and fresh, yo.
I think I
Yeah.
cleared my chest out with that Iron Hoof shout.
Must be nice.
You can try it. You can also cheer for Iron Hoof.
No,
What?
no, my window's open. My neighbors hate me enough already.
What strategy is Ironhoof using for the joust?
Being a veteran and being not that bright, he's gonna go with eyes fixed. He's gonna try to take this.
Eyes fixed, we took out. I mentioned
Oh,
when
okay.
we mentioned it
Just the first four.
Yes.
Okay, he's gonna be aggressive in that case.
Okay.
Okay. So go ahead and make your attack.
Attack, which is I'm learning because I have the fancy little D&D Beyond for Covington, but not for this guy, so I gotta learn on the fly here.
So
what is
you
D&D?
roll a d20.
So 18 plus 5 for attack plus 3 for strength. So 18 plus 8 is 26.
It'd be plus.
It'd be plus
You
10.
have a night block,
Yeah.
so it'd be plus 10 would be your.
Okay,
total.
plus 10.
Yeah.
So 28.
That definitely hits.
I'm gonna subtly spell silvery barbs on that one.
What are you?
Are you
On
who
Ironhoof.
are you-
On
are you
who?
hitting?
On Iron
On
Hoof.
Ironhoof.
What does silvery barbs do? I don't even know.
It forces
Gives you
you
a
to reroll.
disadvantage.
And then you give
Or-
advantage
or
to
reroll.
somebody else.
And then I will give the advantage to Iron Hoof's opponent.
Okay.
So whatever I roll plus 10. Much worse, it's a 16.
Is there an
So,
obvious
then,
slip? Is this happening? That would be observable from right next to the field.
Make an insight check.
And you do have, was it an extra +1 because of your reputation?
For insight?
I thought that
Yeah,
was
it was-
just for charisma
I think
checks.
that's charisma.
Okay, I
Yeah,
thought it
just
was
says
insight.
in the document. It says insight in the document.
Yeah, it says
Oh,
insight.
no, yeah, it is.
Well, I got a 19
persuasion.
plus 5,
Yeah.
so 24, and then bump it up to 25 if it's +1.
Yeah, no, there is the kind of strap that he's holding his lance and kind of comes loose, and he loses track of it for a moment. So yeah, he slips up and ends up, because he slipped up, ends up just hitting the shield instead of his opponent. Lord Tiberius,
Killian?
however, does.
Killian,
ahead.
I'm going to need you to also make a stealth check because someone is trying to keep an eye out on this now.
Stealth, or can I do sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand.
Okay. That's cocked. That's a nat 20. For a total of 34.
So, Maelstrom, you do see it's the strange slipping of the strap in Ironhoof's hand. It could be natural, it could be just a mistake, maybe it wasn't tight enough, or it could be magic. You can't fully know for sure. You do notice
Or someone could have sabotaged his equipment.
that as well.
I'm gonna have him make a check to see if he would act on it, because he's a little defensive about it, especially because this guy's supposed to be good. Like Covington was talking a lot whenever he was drunk last night, about his ride. No. Mel will do nothing. Mel will just shrug to like a family that's sitting on the bottom bleachers, just go, that's just how it goes. But okay.
Lord Tiberius does soundly strike Ironhoof.
Would it, because the night block has parry, which adds 2 to the AC, would that change the outcome? I can only use it once, I'm assuming.
Parry is a little hard to do when you're holding a lance and a shield.
You can parry with the shield.
I'm going to say no.
Fair enough.
During a joust, it's a little bit hard to parry. Even with it, even if he Ironhoof had tried to parry, Sir Tiberius would have still soundly hit him.
Okay.
So we'll need Ironhoof to make a animal handling check.
And just so I understand what I'm rolling correctly, the document here says brace check is a strength, and then in quotations, animal handling check. Is that adding strength to it, or no?
Oh.
Because animal handling on the sheet is wisdom, but the doc says strength, so I just want to be sure I read the right thing.
Yeah, you would be right. So you'd be adding, add your strength. It's a good catch.
Good call.
How much
Well, it's not
damage
great.
do you take?
It's
How much?
the lances do 1d12 plus strength modifiers.
Okay.
So how much
Well, he
Oh.
rolled 11, so it's not great either way. On the animal.
He does manage to hold on as Lord Tiberius only rolls a 7 damage.
Okay. So we're looping back around. This time he's already had all this. He's gonna take a round to kind of get back in fighting shape. So he's gonna be braced while he's still getting the horse under him. He feels kind of shaky. Gonna be braced on this route. So it would be my D20 plus 5 instead.
Yes.
If I understand correctly.
Yes.
Which is a 15.
So, as you both shoulder squared, facing off towards each other again, once again, Tiberius strikes the very center of Ironhoof's shield. Whereas Ironhoof just barely grazes his shoulder. You're gonna make another brace check. Ironhoof.
That's plus 5 because of the bracing, right? The brace of
Yes,
plus
yeah.
5 plus 3. It would be a 23.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
being hit, you definitely make it.
How much damage did he do?
He
Not
dealt
23.
he dealt 10 damage this time.
Okay. And it's D12 plus 3, you say?
Yes.
I'm just trying to get like a level for what it is, so it's just... Okay.
You okay there, Ollie?
Mm.
He's very invested in Ironhoof.
Yes.
I appreciate this early on. Ironhoof has now got his horse back under him again. He's mad that this little puny man keeps dodging him, so he's gonna get back aggressive.
Okay.
23. Again.
This time both of you managed to strike each other soundly enough that you both managed to score hits. So you're gonna need another brace check, but so will Lord Tiberius.
While you check on this, I would like to know what damage gets done to Ironhoof before this, because it's going to reflect on something that I do.
The brace is a nat 20.
Ooh, he does a 13 damage.
Okay. I'm
The
going-
silvery barbs is going to take your nat 20 away.
How many silvery barbs you got? And also,
I
how do
have-
you know?
You're running really low on sorcery points, my friend.
I burned a second level spell slot to get 3 of my sorcery points back. And that was my last first level spell slot.
Okay.
I am going to use Channel Divinity, Rebuke the Violent. On
I
this man
rolled
attacking
another
Ironhoof.
nat 20 on the brace.
Son of a bitch.
Whoa!
Oh,
Hey.
I
goodness.
can pick him up very gently and turn him towards the camera if needed. I don't know if you can.
Oh, we trust you. We trust
Yeah.
you.
We trust you. What does your channel divinity do?
Yes.
So, with and immediately after an attacker within 30 feet deals damage with an attack against a creature other than you, I can use my reaction to force the attacker to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw. So, if this man would like to make a DC 15 Wisdom save,
You mean Tiberius?
yes.
Or all right, I got it.
A
What do I need to
14 plus
roll?
what's his bonus to wisdom?
0.
Oh, he rolls a 14.
He take how much damage? 14.
What was
13 damage.
So he did 13 damage to Ironhoof.
Yeah.
He takes another 13 damage, so that's going to be 20. It's going to be so whatever damage Ironhoof rolls plus that. So just count that into your brain.
So I rolled a d12, and well, y'all wouldn't believe me if I told you I got a 12, so I rolled again. All right, I got a 9 plus the what's the attack plus strength? So 12.
Strength.
Yeah, 9 plus 3 is a 12.
So a DC 25 animal handling check.
yeah. He-
Pius, can you make it?
I'm not.
This
This is not a spell. I've already said that I'm praying. Channel Divinity is not a spell.
I am rolling insight on Irene.
That's fine.
If the gods want to intervene, that's up to the gods.
Right.
I don't know what Irene's gonna do about it.
Let's see.
Can I give the advantage from that last silvery barbs to Irene for the insight check?
This shit's crazy, y'all.
Yeah, y'all are.
What are y'all gonna use Covington? I mean, Pius likes him, so that's good.
Well, within the first 5 minutes of meeting Covington,
would-
he got food on my shirt. So
That's it.
You've been-
That's
you've
it.
been-
No, you were
That's-
you were on the other side of the table. You can get food on your shirt. I got food on the Maelstrom shirt.
Trying to say because this is all like happening very quickly, and you wouldn't know that Irene is
That's fair.
insight checking Pius. I would say no on the insight check.
Go ahead and
Finding
say
advantage.
who are you giving the advantage to?
Yes.
you know what? I'll just hold on to it myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you guys believe if I rolled a nat 1 on her insight?
She don't know anything about the gods. She's a magic person.
If I'm gonna message you, Saga.
Oh. It hasn't come through yet.
Mail's
No,
also getting the crowd amped up. He's found the rhythm that he wants for the Iron Hoof cheer, and he's going to use a little bit of Covington's yelling in it too. So it'll be
the hoof, hoof, hoof.
Iron Hoof! It's just like shouting, and he's going to try to get everybody amped up for that.
As somebody who is silently cheating and actively watching shit, can I make an insight against Pius?
I would argue that I have made it clear that I am praying.
They've been holding
So
hands
an
this whole
insight-
time.
I've also made it clear that
insight check
Killian is
against me.
incredibly paranoid.
An inside check against me praying would just show that I'm praying. Surely.
Yeah, that unseats Lord Tiberius in a large upset.
Oh yeah, not Iron Hoof, but Covington's gonna stand back up again and do his. But this time, like, the beer is just pouring out in front of him. And he's pointing at him with the giant turkey leg that's half eaten. He's like, "That's my boy!"
I am covered in beer and bits of turkey leg.
I hope you're happy.
Hey, it's what it will allow me to do is that I'll stand up to applaud, and as I do, we were
Covington's
allowed.
gonna wrap the empty beer mug around your shoulders, and be like, "Praise
We
whatever
were-
god it is that this man worships."
We were perfect. Thank you. We were allowed to choose one uncommon magical item. Is that right?
Yes.
I chose Shift Weave, which is I would like to immediately make change from the clothing that I'm wearing now to an almost identical set of clothing, but this one is clean.
You can do that.
And as I do it, I'll sort of like look up to the heavens as it happens as well, because it's a miracle, guys.
Make a performance check.
All right. Oh shit me. 22. Damn.
You too.
Oh my god, I don't roll good very often. This is really nice to see.
Yeah, you see a lot of, as the general masses of the people of Empressel who have been attending this joust cheer for Sir Ironhoof, and their eyes are definitely brought to the Blackthorn, Lord Blackthorn, and to you, who has been kind of hoisted up alongside him. They kind of witness your small miracle there.
Right next to the
And
Emperor.
with that,
They all see me standing
Right
next to the Emperor as well. Perfect.
Yes.
As a miracle happens.
I am curious what the
He's
Emperor
standing
thinks of
next to
Iron
him.
Hoof's cheering, but that's just a meta thing.
As the announcements for the joust coming to a close, the qualifiers for the final joust in a couple of days are picked. What plans does everyone have for the day?
I have a nice horse ride.
Mm-hmm. Is anyone else doing anything in particular during the afternoon?
Immediately after Ironhoof won, Mail would have run back up the bleachers, asking the crowd to keep their cheers going, and is going to celebrate with the other three houses that had people who moved on.
Mm-hmm. You guys are definitely getting some glares from Count Othos and Countess Othos. The Emperor also walks up to you and says to all of you, "Congratulations! It will be exciting to see the final joust in a few days." And Narcissus is next to him, and he's like, and he responds,
Yeah, good job, everyone. I'm sure that you are also very proud of your house's accomplishments.
I'd say so.
Very impressive, as always. All of you. Very impressed.
Your words
Yeah,
to us honor, Your Highness.
He'll give just a gentle incline of his head.
Covington is soaked in his own beer. He still has, it went from a half to a third of a turkey leg in his right hand. His mouth is half full. Oh, thank you, Your Highness. This has been a great, wonderful occasion. I'll recommend everybody. If you do this again, I'm bringing a whole crew. It's fantastic. Thank you, sir.
I believe the discussion of invitations would be up to my mother. For now, at least. But I hope you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I will see you all this evening.
Of course.
And he'll actually look at you, Maelstrom, and I've heard you're performing as well, so good luck to that.
I guess we'll have to see. But it is wonderful to be able to continue presentations with these fine folks. And Mail will flourish his hand, and he's going to cast Prestidigitation on Covington to clean him up a little bit.
I was just about to say,
say something.
Leander was just about to, and then just no.
Yeah. Covington's just gonna note that Maelstrom has both led a cheer for Ironhoof and helped him in front of the Emperor, even though he's a bumbling country buffoon. And he's just gonna note that in his memory banks for the presentation later. See what can be done there.
But as far as afternoon activities outside of Killian's horse ride, is there anything in particular you all are wanting to do? Anyone you want to go talk to? Get some rest before the evening recital?
Is Lady Melida still with Silver? I'm trying to Baron Galmenorr. Are they still next to each other?
Yeah, he stayed seated with her, and but depending on whether Killian's wife moved with him to the other location.
No,
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, she would have stayed. She would have stayed with her husband.
yes. But I would say kind of during this raucousness, she will go up to you and say, we have a meeting later. I'm assuming my great aunt will be with you. You can always send her to our rooms if you have other plans.
Be happy to escort her wherever she needs to go.
Thank you so much.
So don't
Baron
let me take
Galmenorr.
her away from family reunion.
Oh, we'll be having dinner tonight, so I much appreciate your bringing her here.
My pleasure. And I'll give a very polite bow.
Mm-hmm.
If this is if Covington's not making a fool of himself in front of the Emperor, the next place he would head is to introduce himself to Baron Galmenorr, and whether all these people are still here or not, he's going to Baron Galmenorr. But are they still here? So I know how to handle the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, he goes up to Baron Galmenorr specifically because he's met the other ones for the most part, and he does his typical. He grabs his fancy hat that he's had on his head this whole time, and he does his big old swoop. It says, "Baron Galmenorr, it's Baron Blackthorn at your service. It's so lovely to meet you. I can't wait for our conversation later." And who is this you have with you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you weren't acquainted.
I'm afraid I'm not.
Find which of my windows on my screen has that document.
He speaks up. Miss Cassian Skari Meloda.
Lady Meloda, it's so wonderful to meet you. As you, I am sure I might not be the person that you want to see most right now, but I would love to talk and get to know you more as well. It's a fantastic time. I'm so glad that you were able to make it. I hope you've enjoyed the festivities. Even with me I get really into any sort of sporting activity, so you have to forgive me for making myself a fool. That, my blood runs hot.
You are absolutely forgiven for being a fool.
I appreciate that, Lady Meloda. It means a lot coming from you, I'm sure. Baron Galmenorr, I just wanted to say hello and give you my greetings. I won't take any more of you or this lovely lady's time. And is there any way that Cummington, obviously Meloda doesn't like him, can kind of get some sort of insight check on how much Meloda doesn't like him? Get some
Make an
sort of
insight
feeling.
check, absolutely.
14.
14. She
Yeah.
does not. She doesn't. You definitely get the sense that she doesn't want to be around you. Like she knows that you killed her brothers and nephews and sons and daughters and.
That wasn't me. That was Ironhoof. It was fine.
So she's definitely being polite for keeping up appearances.
Okay.
I would say you also noticed that there was a particular glare when you said blood runs hot.
That's fair. Okay, but that's all I wanted. I just wanted to introduce myself. If Baron Galmenorr has anything he wishes to say, that's fine, but otherwise I'm going to let them return to their day.
Just give you a polite nod towards your
Nod back.
of the meeting later, and
I hope it will be most productive for all involved.
always good to get to know new people.
Agreed. And then I'm just going to take my leave.
I'm going to head over to Maelstrom. As you like, what's Maelstrom doing after the Empress have taken his said his goodbyes? What's his? Because you were sort of pumping up the crowd, so
Yeah.
Still jumping around.
He's not quite
Raising the
raising
roof. Raising the roof.
He'll go ahead and reunite with Kanan, would probably be around, and then of course as River comes up too, just congratulate him with thumbs up. But outside of that, he's just kind of meandering about, making small talk with folks.
Is River coming up to join us in the box, or is he still down in the? You just sort of waving to him as from the.
Are they allowed to come up?
I'd say as the joust is kind of dispersing, the competitors would be heading off back to the palace as well.
Say AJ that as you rejoin Canon, she whispers to you that she saw the Blackthorn girl is keeping close to Galmenorr.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, I'll if River's joined you as well, I'll head over. I'll just be my Lord Harpers, I realise I've not formally introduced myself.
Oh, no, I don't think I've had the pleasure. You were right next to Covington, up in the stands, but Maelstrom Harpus.
I'll just be Pius Talisker. I've noticed that spending a lot of time next to Lord Covington means that I pick up more food waste than I'd originally want. I'm sure you noticed at the meal.
Indeed I did. You look dashing right now, so I'm sure you can go ahead and cover yourself. But should you need any assistance, I am more than willing to offer myself as a cleaning crew of sorts. And he'll just like swipe his fingers, and just one of the benches will go ahead and like clean itself up with prestidigitation.
That's it's a mighty kind offer of you, but I wouldn't dream of asking someone of your status to merely do some cleaning. I was wondering actually. Well, there were two things that I wanted to ask you. Well, firstly, I wanted to congratulate your man here. River, was it?
That's what the cheer said, and he'll go ahead and just he's so proud of River. Present River over to Pius.
I'll reach out a hand to shake Rivers as well. I'll just be like, it's I appreciate you making this end a little quicker than some of the other bouts. That was mighty fine riding you did there.
He's amazed by your presence.
Is anyone... Sorry, is River not saying words?
River would be you, Conrad.
Oh.
I thought River was just staring me down. I was just like, oh no, this is the most awkward social interaction I've had.
Right now.
I can do River if you want me to.
Staring at my own
No,
hand.
it's it's appreciate your lordship, your praise.
Yeah, no, it's obviously freely and fairly given. Takes a man of some talent to unseat someone with such skill and such precision, especially on the first tilt. Though, and I'll turn as I'm sort of shaking his hand, I'll turn to Maelstrom and just be like, something odd though. Covington did mention that he knew your man here, but he didn't know where from. Do you know Covington at all?
No, I've been with the I've only served the Harpus family.
Yes, I'm going to insight that because that was the least convincing.
How did he
start
make
to
it
the
so
sentence.
suspicious? Oh my god!
Even if I wasn't suspicious,
No,
now I'm like, can I have advantage on this inside check? Because that was the worst lie I've ever heard.
You can give your normal insight.
Okay, it's a 19.
19. That beats his 13. He hasn't served any other houses, but he does know when you bring up Covington. He knows who you're talking about. He knows him.
I'll release the handshake. I'll just be like, oh well, he seems like someone who, though I imagine he has his faults, I don't think he forgets a face, you know. But he must be mistaken, getting really into it. So
No,
I completely
I'm
understand.
so sorry. Lies and deceit is not what our house is built on. You definitely had a life before coming to work for our house, and Mail's just gonna absolutely open up the very obvious lie.
But he just threw his fucking champion under the bus.
Maelstrom,
excuse me. Represent me well.
Maelstrom is going to kick your ankle, or Cannon is going to kick your ankle, Maelstrom, just gently, but with a little bit of force, kind of a stop it.
Working in the shipping industry, I'm sure that you have all sorts of dock stories, but I mean, I would rather not bore you with boring details. He does much better on a horse, and he'll turn over back towards Pius.
No, I completely understand. It's just, obviously, I'll take someone at their word, face value. I appreciate you saying that lies and deceit aren't something that your house stands for. That's a refreshing thing to hear, especially at an event like this.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't lying. I haven't
River, go
served
take a
anyone
bath.
but you,
You're
Sir
you're
Harpus,
smelly.
Lord Harpus.
River, go take a bath. You're smelly.
I'm just gonna slowly
Yes.
turn to look at River, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna lean in a little bit, and I'm just gonna be like, you've got to stop.
Go take a bath.
You've got
River,
to stop because people are listening.
take a
Alright.
bath.
I'm going to go take a bath. And he goes
my
and
house
goes
is
with
crumbling,
Canning.
and it's not by my hands.
I will turn to Melzer and just be like, honestly, like one of the finest jousters I've seen. On the field, he's a credit to your house.
I appreciate that. I will ask, though, the point of honesty. Who exactly do you ally yourself with? Is it Aurora, Lady of Justice, or somebody else in the Pantheon?
So I don't know how much you know about the Ascendant Way, but we are a church built around one man's experiences throughout his life. He came into contact with all 6 of the gods at different stages of his life, and had the opportunity to have conversations with him, and the stories he told have become, and the parables from it have become the basis of what we believe. It boils down. I'm not going to preach at you. It's not my place to do it, and I wouldn't inflict it on someone who didn't come somewhere to actually hear the story. But suffice to say, we stand for the idea of making the most of the time that you have, enjoying the people you're with, the places you go, and the experiences as fully as you can before you no longer have the ability to do so.
Right. Very interesting pursuit.
It's we like to think of us as providing a place where people can choose to believe what they choose to believe, as long as they do it with the right mindset. It's non-judgmental, and it's based around people doing things for others.
And I see merit in that. I will admit there are maybe shifts that need to happen, but who am I to be the one to push them upon others? Obviously, it's making connections with the people who are in charge, and they know the right thing to do.
We can only hope that the people who've got are in position of power will make choices which will benefit everyone, rather than just a select few.
Well, I will be performing tonight at the garden recital, and I do hope to see you there. You don't plan on
course.
skipping out, do you? I know
Absolutely
church
not, no.
gatherings happen all time of the day.
It's no, they do, but I've been told that there are some performances I wouldn't want to miss, and I've heard good things about yours. Well, even, and honestly, who am I to disagree with the Emperor if he's looking forward to it?
Face value.
I'd be as well. There was, like I said, there was one other thing that I wanted to mention, but we can, if you find some time free later on in the next couple of days, I'd love to just have a chance to talk to you about it, if that'd be all right.
Of course. I feel like you are an individual who is very suited for a specific conversation that I was looking to have later with Lord Belzyrus. He had mentioned that they had came into a little bit of mining supplies and wanted to go ahead and set up a trade agreement, though I have no inclination towards statues. I feel like you always have those inside of the churches, so...
I mean, there are some people within our within our ranks who feel that a certain degree of ostentatiousness is required for honoring the gods, but a lot of the things that we have like that are gifts, given to us. Though my family also, we are in itself of a mercantile nature, so we may be able to help with that. I've got no problem doing that. We are able to move things relatively solid. We have our own sort of guards that go with them as well. It's not quite diplomatic immunity, but it's I think the way my brother put it was speak softly but carry a big stick.
Big sticks can be nice. Best instruments made out of them. But yes, we will definitely turn that duet into a trio, and I will go ahead and keep you posted. You know how all of the letters work and everything like that. I have a nice parchment. You wouldn't be able to miss it. And Neil will go ahead and put out a hand for a final handshake.
Yep. I'll shake as well, and I'll just lean in a little bit, and I'll just be like, and please warn your man River that he needs to work on that story.
Right. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure. I think he got a little bit shook from that joust, but I'll make sure he's okay.
He's got the look that he could probably pull off the strong and silent type.
He really should sometimes. He doesn't have the lilting voice that most of the Arpuses have. And he'll pull back and give a bow before turning away and trying to catch up towards River.
Perfect. I'll turn and I'll head down to the ground where the jousting actually took place to meet up with my retainers.
And with that, we're going to have to shift a little bit to after the joust and the excitement has died down, as all of you are doing your various activities, as you think about what you want to do throughout the afternoon before the recital, if there's anything you want to do. We are going to go to Killian.
Mm-hmm.
A servant leads you and your wife to the imperial stables where 3 horses, a chestnut brown stallion, a dappled white and gray mare, and another stallion of dark brown and white are saddled and bridled, reins held by servants, as Count Padroma also steps out of the stables. A tall man with sharp features and gray-white hair, 60s, simple clothes but well made. He walks up to meet you and Mauricia as you approach.
Count Padroma, it is a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure as well to have you join me on this wonderful afternoon. Shall we?
Yes, we shall. I think before mounting the horse himself, he will assist Mauricia in climbing her own saddle.
She takes your help, and as you all mount, the 3 of you, with a handful of servants following at a respectable distance behind, set off around the extensive gardens of the Imperial Palace, riding under the cooling shade of maple trees. And the few gardeners you pass are too busy to really take any notice of you.
Okay.
You know, I do appreciate that someone at least, appreciates the tradition of the court and the traditions of the noble houses, and has managed to keep their, well, let's just say, managed to keep their base intact. over these last 2 days. There have been too many young fools running around for my taste.
Well, you know me, I prefer to keep my drink in my cup and my food on my plate. I remember a time when these gatherings used to call the more proper people of the Empire. It seems that
Indeed.
quality has dropped as of late.
Of course. Back in my day, they would have never allowed the scandal of a non-human person to compete in the joust. That is, I couldn't believe my eyes.
I agree a little bit. There needs to be a threshold between reputation and race, to a certain extent. If the short
glad
one,
that's-
if the short one was able to prove himself worthy, then why not let him compete?
Well, he was good fodder for that, Sir Jury, I think.
She was quite talented and certainly did a good job in the joust.
I agree. Quite talented indeed.
I'm sure there's
Glad that.
I'm sure there's more you wish to discuss than the joust, though it was quite an exciting affair.
Well, I was only doing what was proper. I think a bit of a private conversation between us two might be beneficial. There are been rumblings of some policy changes that some of the other houses are pushing, and I just want to make sure I have some other support from the second oldest house of the Empire. Make sure that things stay as they should be. We don't need this newfangled church. We know who the 6 gods are. We don't need the elves and dwarves. We don't need commoners learning magic. Things have existed in the Empire this way for a reason, and I wish them to remain that way.
Marissa is going to let out a kind of awkward laugh as she turns to Killian.
Oh, I fully agree, my lord. When new religions come about, you have performers wearing the robes of a priest. And when you give commoners power, you have mercenaries dressing as lords, gallivanting around a palace they have no business being in.
After they have murdered someone's entire family, or near about it. Sorry, did my bitterness get in my way?
A
No,
mild
I believe
slip of
that
the tongue.
I believe we are seeing quite eye to eye. I'm so
Yeah.
glad to hear it.
My dear husband does love me for the fact I speak my mind. I hope that won't be a bother to you.
course.
Honesty above all else.
No, it's as much as we are talking about the old houses and standing strong on firm foundations. I must bring to mention that if we are talking about potential changes in the Empire, bringing in House Galmenorr may not be an unwise decision. They are old friends with the Meloda family, even though there's not many of us left.
If you think that that is a wise decision, I'm not opposed to speaking with Baron Galmenorr.
I think we should hold off for at least another day or so before we have a little more information on the house.
Of course, and a chance to get to know each other a bit better, isn't that right, Count Prodroma? You were... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Yes, I am the brother of the Imperial Mage. Thank you for asking.
She's gonna kind of blush a little bit. Yes, I find my reputation as a mage myself precedes me. I've not had time to speak with your sister directly, sadly.
I think that perhaps this conversation going so pleasantly, I think perhaps some introductions are in order. I would be happy to personally introduce you to my sister.
I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. Tell me, I hear there are other prospects for when your wonderful sister retires. I don't suppose you have any information on who those other prospects might be. I simply want to weigh our odds.
Well, there are a few other budding young mages from some of the other houses. I haven't asked her directly yet who she is considering, but I'm sure she will take my recommendation seriously.
Much appreciated, my lord.
From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you.
Thank you. To a... He pauses with a sly smile on his face as he glances back over to you. To a productive friendship.
To an unchanging future.
I'll drink to that.
The three of you continue a little bit longer before Mauricia turns to you, Killian, and says, "Darling, I think we better head back. You're starting to look a bit red in the face from the sun."
Thank you, my love. With your pardon, my lord.
Conrad.
Thank you.
And you two are permitted to take your leave and head back to your chambers in the Imperial Palace. We are going to kind of streamline everything a little bit here. So we are going to shift from the hot summer sun beating down upon the gardens to a much smaller garden area, a courtyard filled with lanterns, and a gazebo set as a stage with silk curtains draped around it. Around the garden are couches and chairs with a variety of hors d'oeuvres, pastries, dishes of summer berries, cream puffs, plates of cheeses. Servants carry jugs and carafes of any sort of drink you could imagine. Servants carry instruments for those who are performing as we go to the garden recital in the early evening. Is there any interactions you want before we get started? I will also note one quick thing I almost forgot. Kind of at the center of everything in front of the gazebo, the stage essentially, the Emperor is sitting with his mother, and she is pointing out the various women who you all would figure out were at the invitation to tea earlier. So,
I was going to say, like, I will, as I arrive, if they're both sat there, I'll head over. I'll make like a very formal sort of courtly bow. I'll just be like, Your Grace, Your Highness, it's I've realised in the commotion of the past couple of days, I've not had a chance to properly introduce myself. Obviously, there were the entrances that we all had, but I'm always a little bit uncomfortable with making a big scene. But I just thought I'd take the opportunity to thank you for the invitation and pass on the goodwill of my father and the whole church. It's Pius Talisker. It's a pleasure to make both your acquaintances.
it is a pleasure to meet you. It is Cardinal, correct? Is your title Cardinal Talixar?
Within the church, aye, Cardinal. But when it comes down to it, I'm a simple man. You call me Cardinal, you can call me Pius. I'm both of those things and more, in the eyes of the gods, at least. They'll see me for who I am. How I'm addressed is not something I overly concern myself with.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, as I said.
And I'll turn to the Dowager Empress, and I'll just be like, my father said you're a woman of great intelligence and beauty, and it's good to know that he wasn't using hyperbole when he said so.
Oh, you're so kind.
Both of your sons seem to be representing you and your husband impeccably.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing from them about your church. She seems a little bit lost about the specifics of what exactly you do.
After saying that, I'll take a seat. Again, if there's a space at the side of the Emperor, I will take one there. Not like obviously trying to place myself, but also I want to make sure that when the Emperor's seen that I'm viewed being close by.
When the press gets their photos.
I'm there. It's all about optics, my friend. It's all about optics.
Yes, you're able to find a seat that is relatively close to him. Silver, you also had something you were going to say?
Just have two things.
Okay.
One, just over the course of the intervening midday, afternoon, when the horse ride's going on and anybody's doing anything, if at all possible, Baron Galmenorr would want to get an audience with either anybody from the royal family to express apologies for the delay in his arrival. Nothing more, not looking for any sort of conversation beyond that, just a matter of... I was going to interject it at the end of the leaving the joust, that while the conversation was going on with Pius and Mal,
Mail.
that he was going to try and just catch them before they just give an apology for the lateness of his arrival.
You can absolutely do that at the end of the joust. You know, as he's kind of about to walk off, and you guys, your paths just happen to coincide. And the Emperor Honorius is very gracious, and he asks about the wagon wheel, or the carriage wheel that broke, and hope that didn't cause too much of a ruckus among your men. It's a polite conversation on his end. How your end goes is up to you, obviously. Though many would notice that Galmenorr is talking directly with the Emperor himself.
Yeah, he'd keep it very, very light, very, very just, you know, just some delays in the time, nothing too extreme. Again, terrible apologies. Not a great first impression that I had.
And your other thing, Silver.
Yeah, so in the prep up for the recital, I would like to, Dander would like to find an opportunity to find Mal.
Okay.
Mal would be around, probably not too out there as he's getting everything prepped, but...
So they try and get your attention. Polite little wave.
Mal will step away. Cannon would probably be managing the instruments, as he'll go ahead and step away and just kind of give her a nod. But he'll approach Lord Galmenorr.
And for clarification, he would, since I'm still escorting Lady Melota, get her seated in the audience at a nice, proper placement, with Zuri there as kind of escort and guard before going and finding Mal. Oh, sorry, I don't need to take you away from your preparations for the recital. Just wanted to introduce myself. Appreciated the efforts to crowd all up in support for the various houses. Obviously, especially support for House Galmenorr and Zuri. I'm sure she appreciated it as well. She'd love to pass that along if you get an opportunity later. Anyway, just wanted to introduce myself, Baron Dander Galmenorr. Don't believe we've ever met.
No, I don't believe we have. Maelstrom Harpus, an absolute pleasure. And good on you for your house's performance at the joust today. You had quite an entrance, even though we didn't get to see you last night.
Yes, unfortunate troubles on the road. Wheel go bad on us and delayed us. We stayed in town, got in such late. Did not feel it appropriate to be making an entrance in the palace well beyond middle of the night. All's well, nobody hurt, everything could be repaired. Anyway, I don't mean to take up too much of your time, just wanted to make an introduction, just a tidbit, it's been years ago, more so in my youth, but did a little bit of training, I think, with... at least he said he was from one of your fine educational establishments. A little bit of training started me off. I'm not going to bother anybody with my performances with any of the musical instruments. Pale in comparison to such an artisan as you, but like to say I'm passable with my training that I received.
You are not the first at this event to mention the fact that you have your own experience or seeking experience. Baron de Leon the other night was talking about looking for practice for his niece, I believe it was. But I would love to hear you play sometime. Maybe after the entire recital, we can have some more lilting tunes to go ahead and hold everybody over. It would be quite nice to see some people get to perform who might not be necessarily presenting their houses tonight.
He gives just a subtle little chuckle as he goes and pats you on the shoulder. Just like, no, you would not like to listen to me play. It would not be a pleasant experience for anybody. And he's also going to cast Enhance Ability on you.
Hey,
as he
yo!
pats you on the shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
For the... Is it the Eagle for the Charisma?
I'm a bad druid for not knowing, but I never use the...
Yeah, Eagle Splendor.
Okay. I'll take it in stride. Well, unfortunately, I already have somebody that this performance is in the name of tonight, but think of yourself as a secondary sign-on for the performance.
You're too kind. Too kind. Wish you well. Good luck.
I appreciate it.
And he will retire back to Lady Meloda and Zuri.
All right. So. Oh.
Scout.
Ollie.
Ollie was first.
Okay.
All I want to know is, does it count as a short rest in between the joust?
Yeah, you could absolutely take a short
yeah.
rest in between the short rest and yeah, the joust was in the late morning and this is like after sundown.
Thank you.
There's a couple things Covington wants to organize. I'll try to be quick. Can we have Lucy in commoner's clothes scouting out the steel rows and lurking in one of the shadowy corners, just taking in whatever she can hear, and also sort of eavesdropping on the meeting and just kind of being there stealthily for whenever I know the meeting's after this, but just have her prep for
Yes. Yeah. So go
Um,
ahead and, if you want, roll us some stealth and perception to just send it to one of us.
I'll send it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll find her stuff and do that. Secondly, more Covington based. Covington has, I'm going to ask y'all if you'll allow this. He has, let me find the things called Heward's Handy Spice Pouch. And you said there's all kinds of drinks available at this festivity. I'm assuming Covington's famous spiced wine is not. So Covington would like to spice one of the wines with his famous spice mix, a giant jug of it, because apparently this works enough for an entire meal. So he would like to spice a whole jug of wine, and just put Covington's famous spice wine out there subtly.
Okay.
If he can slide a hand some spice into a jug somewhere.
Sounds good. So, anyone else? Before we get started?
I'm also gonna approach Mail. That's my 3 things.
Okay. Mel, you're popular.
I guess so. He has this huge harp that he and Cannon are working on, just huge sloping kind of wave motifs on it, and he is tuning it actively. on his
You're about
touches.
to hate me, because Covington's just gonna come up behind you without any sort of grandiose opening or anything. He's just gonna slap your back and wrap his shoulder around your arm, like, "Oh my good man!" He's just gonna like bump you into the harp while you're tuning it.
There will be like the line of the strings because he gets pushed into it a little bit. He's just gonna kind of look back. Hello. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Anytime, sir. As far as I can tell, you've done me no harm. You've only done me good. I'm afraid, I mean, I'm pretty bombastic. I could probably be an actor or something if you needed me to be. I wouldn't be able to learn your stuff by now. I'm not sure what performance you're making, but I'm afraid I don't have anything I can really offer you but my cheers. But I wanted to let you know I'm rooting for you tonight.
I appreciate it. I also wanted to let you know I was approached about the fact that you might know one of my ensemble, as it were. River piqued your interest. You had some sort of prior meeting with him.
He's gonna have like a flash of anger and then like control his temperament. If Male wants to roll for that, it's up to him. But the he's gonna be like, yes, that fella. I cannot place where I've seen him before, but I swear I have. I would love to have a conversation with him sometime to see if we could just catch up and figure out where we might have crossed roads.
I would love to, but I will say I probably have to serve as a mediator of sorts, since he is within the charge of my household.
Clearly, of course, I would never dream of doing something without your permission or anything that you deem necessary.
I would like
We can make that happen, absolutely. I'm busy this evening, but if tomorrow works for you, we can, between festivities, have a meeting and see if we can hash it out.
I'm a little taken here to gesture to the harp. But yes, no, we can definitely plan something.
Yes, so we're all very busy. We'll figure it. Well, our people will talk to your people. We'll make it work. But good luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
I'm sure you'll make an excellent show.
I look forward to seeing the performer of your household. Do you have anybody coming forward?
Unfortunately, we're more military folk than artisans, if you catch my meaning. We can bang on some military drums, but that's about as far as we go. We would just put ourselves to shame, unfortunately. So we don't have anyone in tonight, but we'll be cheering for you in the crowd.
I'm sure you might give a riveting sea shanty, and I look forward to it one day.
One day, absolutely. And then I'm gonna take my leave.
All right. Nothing else. Because I have a very bad habit of interrupting you guys in the middle of something.
Yes.
So we're gonna start with, based on your role for her, for Gwen, Killian, she's gonna go up first, actually. And based on the rules that I had you guys send me privately, I want you to describe how the performance goes for Gwen.
I think Gwen plays. First off, when she goes up, she's dressed completely differently than the introductory night at the dinner. I think tonight she's wearing a scarlet red dress that kind of complements her hair, with, I'm gonna say, like brass jewelry, not as ostentatious as the gold and silver she was wearing before, but like a nicer polished brass with some less ostentatious jewels as well. And I think she does this, she dresses a little more plainly for her, because when she goes up onto the stage, I think she's playing a very simple looking glass harp, but when you look at it, it sparkles and refracts light through it, kind of adding to the performance. So she's not the centerpiece of the performance, the instrument is. The instrument is using her to be played. And she plays such a gentle, caring song that it just washes the crowd over with a calming, just this overwhelming feeling of calm.
So as she plays, it's the gentle lull of the music seems to match the night around you like a fine wine to a well-paired dinner. And there's definitely a hum of approval from those witnessing and who have any understanding of what someone of musical talent is like. And as her song finishes up, there is a gentle applause throughout. It's a very different energy than the joust was previously, a lot calmer. You would also definitely notice that the Empress Dowager is like kind of motioning towards her and muttering quietly to the Emperor, as Gwen was invited to the tea. So it seems that, especially after this performance, the Empress Dowager might have some favor towards Gwen in that prospect. But AJ, based on the role you sent us privately, I would like you to go up and describe how does Maelstrom perform.
Yeah, Mael is going to, with the help of Canon, go ahead and wheel up this giant, massive brass harp. But very quickly, he takes the stool that he would use to sit beside it, and instead shifts it slightly over to the side of the performance area and pulls out from underneath his robe a small lyre instead. As he goes ahead and takes a seat, you see that he throws up his hand, and as he does, a mage hand apparates at the harp, and he plays a full duet with himself. On the lyre, it's something that's a little more intense, almost like the heat of the opera Carmen, but the harp, which has this much louder resounding sound, it fills the space with this classical music. It feels almost on par with the very popular wedding tune by Pachelbel. And the mixture of the two, the interspersing of the notes, it fills the entire space and sends everybody on exactly the journey that Maelstrom wanted to put them through with his performance.
Similar to the energy around Gwen's performance, but there's just this hush of awe at Maelstrom. It's, you know, just to the more faithful among the crowd, there is definitely mutterings of these ancient stories of the gods and musicians, Datus in particular. And there's definitely some similarities being drawn to some older stories, such as that. But you have brought the crowd to rapt attention to your music. And similar, there is give me 1 second. There is a polite clapping, but there's also this. You see the Dowager Empress very carefully wipe away a tear, and Countess Camilla takes a handkerchief from her husband's pocket and dabs her own eyes at that. Ollie.
Yeah, now that Silver's here, I can ask this question because I know I asked you and we weren't sure. Is there a bird associated with Datus?
Believe I've ever assigned anything like that.
'Cause we were,
Got one in mind.
Yeah, I was going to say an owl. I'll accept any bird that you mentioned because the lore is entirely yours.
I'd say probably not an owl on Datus. Think more wisdom on owl.
Okay.
Datus definitely not on.
This is a peacock.
Probably, actually, peacock's probably pretty spot on.
Cool. In the
Anything pretty and colorful and very flamboyant.
Well, I don't know what it sounds like, but the sound that a peacock makes at the end of the performance when there's that sort of lull, I want to use thaumaturgy, so there's like an echoing sound of like a peacock just after it's been played. And I'll be like looking down and sort of praying as I do it, so it looks like I'm praying to myself as the vocal part of the spell.
Okay. Yes, AJ.
Male is, at the end of the performance, going to kick around the stool just with his foot as he stands up. He's going to set the lyre down, and as it's sat down on the stool, catching kind of in the moonlight, you all would notice that this is not a classic 7-string lyre. Instead, there's 14 strings kind of set between two different parts. He is going to go ahead and quickly brandish a sword, and he is going to slot it inside, making the very imagery of his own house crest.
And then fireworks.
I don't have
there's
pyrotechnics.
There's a very much a round of applause for Male. As you're very quite impressed. As your large metal harp is wheeled away, Lady Theognosia, the young granddaughter of Count Droma, comes up in a very, very nice dark red dress with a very low slit, and it had a nice gold chain with a ruby set, and Chena places one hand on her chest as she small accompaniment begins behind her as she begins an opera, an aria from an opera, in a very beautiful soprano voice. There's not much flash, any magic, but it is quite well performed. And as she finishes, she takes the as much as she can in her dress, a curtsy to the audience.
Yes, Ollie.
Hey, while this area is being played, are there doors in the room we're in?
You guys are out in a garden.
We're out in a garden. Okay, cool. Let's see.
The doors leading to the garden?
Yeah, there got doors leading to the garden?
Yes, there's the doors off of the
Are they
ballroom.
Are they locked?
They'd
No.
probably be wide open right now, actually.
Cool.
Yeah.
When she's just
just
getting
go.
to a important part of the area, I'm going to cause one of the doors to slam in the middle of it with thaumaturgy. One of the things you can do.
Okay, this is
yes.
this
That
is
is-
three
Yeah.
acts of divinity happening while this man is praying. Can I please make an insight check against this shit?
I was
You know
gonna say at this point, once it was like the peacock, sure. This I'm going to need you to make us a stealth or a sleight of hand.
Yeah,
as
Like, you
as
probably have
cast this thaumaturgy.
Actively seen peacocks wandering around, so that one's at least partially excusable. This one is like
There's
you're
no
just
breeze. There are no breeze. There's no breeze at all.
Not really.
It's still. It's
Not-
completely
No.
still. Okay, well.
not enough to slam the doors that loudly.
That is a 21 on my insight.
Oh, it doesn't. I'm not even gonna roll. It's fine.
The doors
Go
slam.
ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll anyway, because there's other
Alright.
people watching other than Killian.
Yes.
What am I rolling?
Stealth or sleight of hand.
Oh, cool. I rolled a 2, and that's a 1. So,
Good to know.
Pious.
Jumping decks is never a good idea.
Puppy Dex is a fantastic idea.
You
I got a story to tell you after game.
You feel many eyes landing on your back, including that of the Imperial Mage.
Mhm.
That is all.
As well as Count Velusian Podrov.
Okay.
And last of our
So,
performances.
the big old racist and his big old racist sister. Oh no.
Hey, for all
You don't-
intents and purposes, in high standing, everybody here is racist.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very much so.
You don't know Irene's political standings.
I don't. No, I know as Pius does not.
Yeah. But last but not least for our performances, Lady Umbria Akis walks up. She is wearing a simple dark blue gown. It is very flowy, with a long like drape over one side. And she walks up to the gazebo, and in a little flourish, she turns around and faces all of you. I tell you, someone will remember us in the future. For one day, when the fires have burned low, and the songs we sing are not but memories, they will still tell tales of us and those we sung for. So, and I want all of you to make me an insight check really quickly.
Oh yeah.
Well, I burned my advantage on the last one, so... Hey, that's still a 20.
19.
22.
11.
Nat 20 for a 30.
Well, she rolled a 3,
Oh,
so
Bruh.
her voice breaks, and you all noticed she meets the gaze of Countess Novia Akis. For those of you, to add some context, Novia is the current Countess of House Aekius. The previous heir was her older brother, who was Lady Umbria's now late husband. Will remember us. And she gives a curtsy, and kind of there's a polite clapping of the crowd. Definitely other people have noticed as she comes off the stage, and she doesn't even go back to where she had been sitting with Countess Novia. She just goes straight back inside. And after a moment of kind of awkward silence, Novia will get up and follow her.
There is some muttering and some brief discussions between the juror and the Emperor and Lady Erin as well, kind of in that Imperial box. About 10 minutes of discussion before the Empress gets everyone's attention again. Wonderful, wonderful, all of you. It was such a pleasure to hear all of your wonderful performances. I have the honor of announcing this year's winner. The Garden Recital goes to Lord Maelstrom Harpus.
There is a wave of polite clapping for Maelstrom as you are invited up, and yes, Heath.
Covington doesn't know how to polite clap, so he's whooping,
Nice.
chanting Maelstrom's name.
And Maelstrom, you are given. It is a small pin for you to be able to pin to your clothes. That is it's a golden pin, and on it, emblazoned, is a glow frog. A little callback to Civil Spear and the rest of Witternock stuff. For no other reason than it'd be cute.
So as the evening begins to kind of wind down really quickly, does anyone Prince Narcisse actually approaches Maelstrom and congratulates him, and leads him off actually into the palace. Does anyone else have anything that they would like to do quickly before the evening comes to a close?
I'm gonna go and talk to the Imperial Mage.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do it like I'm just gonna wait, and I'm just gonna does she sort of stay centrally, or does she move off at any point?
She would kind of move off to the side. So Empress Honorius will stick around a little bit longer and talk with a few others in the crowd before he takes his leave. Irene will stick around, but she'll kind of move off to the side. She does have a brief conversation with her great niece, Theognosia, who kind of like storms off a little bit later, and Irene rolls her eyes.
I'm just gonna head over to her and just be like, Imperial Mage, I just wanted to come over and say something.
You come to say that the gods are particularly active this night.
I've come to say that sometimes we can't choose how the gods choose to act through me.
Is that right?
I'm a man of faith, and sometimes I ask for signs to see what it is the gods enjoy more. And it turns out that this evening, much like the Dowager Empress and the Emperor, they seem to prefer the performance of Lord Maelstrom.
Of course. He did quite brilliantly. It was a beautiful performance. I am glad the gods showed their approval, but sometimes I do wonder. Your faith has claimed such a connection to gods that otherwise have not been seen by mortal eyes in many an age, and I do wonder what makes you all so special.
No, it's not us who are special. It's the man whose stories we follow. He was the one who spoke to him. We merely follow the path set out by him. I also wanted to say that your granddaughter, is it? Or grandniece? I'm not sure.
Great niece.
Great niece.
Ignosia is my nephew's youngest.
She's got a beautiful voice, and I am sorry that the gods chose to intervene when they did. I'm sure that,
yes.
I'm sure that given the
gods.
the right.
Which god was it?
I'm sorry. There's a brief point which is that I'm just like, I'm sorry. Are you not a woman of faith?
Of course I'm a woman of faith. I'm asking you, if the gods speak through you so directly, then could you not tell me which of the gods intervened?
It's not my place. All I know is that Data seemed to favor Lord Maelstrom.
Yes, and who favored slamming the ballroom doors? I would imagine Zephora, as she is of the affinity with wind and storms. But that is not for us mere mortals to query, is it?
Oh, you can ask the gods anything. Whether or not they answer you depends on if you're listening.
Lord, I have met many a claret and paladin. Your kind are not foreign to me. Not as foreign as I think you're wanting to suggest.
I've never said that I'm a foreign man. I'm a native of the Empire, and I'm
But you
proud
act as if
to
you
be so.
are.
Oh,
You
do
act
I?
as if you're an enigma.
Interesting. I've been nothing but open to the people I've spoken to so far. Though it wounds me that you would jump to conclusions without having an opportunity to talk to me yourself.
She's gonna open her mouth and just... I like you. You're a clever man.
I am, but how
But
the
not
gods may be.
so clever to keep the secret of your father away from my prying eyes.
There are no secrets surrounding my father.
Really? Truly? Does he still play with those bones? The bone dice, wasn't it?
My father has many ways in which he tries to interpret the words that were written so long ago. There are more esoteric methods by which he's tried to do it, because if you don't try everything, can you really say that you've given your all?
Irene is going to lean forward and very quietly whisper. So none of the rest of you hear this, only Pius. Tell him to send my regards to Noctalis.
And I'll just say that. I'll just be like, I'm sure you can speak to him yourself.
Better for a direct line of communication, is it not?
No, we don't.
That's
make
what you're
choices.
advocating for.
We don't make choices on who contacts us.
No, you truly don't.
But I just, if there's one thing I can ask for you to take away from this conversation, it's make sure you get the measure of someone before you judge him.
Truly, I think that is something we can both quite agree on.
And tell your grandniece to keep singing.
She'll give a polite nod and will say, "It's a pleasure talking with you."
Of course.
So, does anyone else have any conversations going while this is happening? Remember, none of the rest of you heard that.
So Covington's just gonna track down Mail and shove a glass of Covington's famous spiced wine in his hand and pat him on the back and cheer him on and go his merry way.
Before getting pulled with the prince, he would definitely drink it in front of Covington this time. Is it good? I don't think we've established if this stuff's
I don't know if we've
actually
established,
good.
but how can I
It's
How
merely
can I
famous.
establish whether or not
merely
it's
famous.
Is there something I can roll for that, or
Roll a d20. Just flat
Roll.
d20.
a d20? 7.
Can I spend a silver coin on this to make it taste better?
Yes.
I will not. I will sustain it with the 7.
Like, yeah, waste your silver coins.
Just make a rumor that it tastes good.
Oh my gosh.
I think
like
it's
the
funny.
idea.
I
like
think it's
the idea.
funnier this way.
I like the idea you're just holding the cup and you just drop a silver coin into it.
There is absolute, like, you imagine that whatever he was trying to do would taste good, but I think in his
It's
drunken
because it wasn't warmed.
I think in his drunken state, a little too much was poured in, and it kind of feels dry.
It's the grit.
It's the
Probably.
grit. Yes.
It was just cloves. It's just full cloves.
No cinnamon, nothing else.
Nothing else,
just
just
cloves.
cloves.
I can only pull one spice out of the pouch, okay?
What is that video where the guy's making the protein shake and he's like, at this point I'm just gonna add a little more protein.
Add a little bit
It's just-
more protein.
Just that with cloves.
It's just cloves. You look at the wine and you can't see the wine because it's just cloves on top.
It's just-
you know?
It's
The pre-made stuff's
like-
better.
it's like wet sand, but it's cloves.
Why is it spicy? Yeah, Mail will 29 performance to pretend that it tastes good. And just give a smile.
Covington's gonna chug his own glass because, of course, and then trot off.
I'll also say that as Narcisse drags Maelstrom off, you all would also notice that Lord Drusus Prodroma and Lord Tiberius Othos also soon follow after.
Do they also want cups of blackthorn wine?
They kind of ignore you.
It's fine.
Anyone else? Killian?
At the risk of looking bad, I think Hillian was there for a short while and then vanished almost immediately after the recital ended.
Okay.
Like literally vanished? Like the night before, or like took off?
27 stealth check, literally vanished.
Yeah, basically. Silver, does Galmenorr have anything?
When given an opportunity to catch back up with Mao after he's done with Prince and all that stuff and the gritty wine and all that loveliness, I double checked whether I could do anything to help you with prestidigitation, and it's like, no, I think that's just going to be bad. But no, you just kind of take in the sights, monitoring that passive perception on any other conversations that are going on amongst people after everything's done, trying to pick up any, in general, just whatever he can pick out of the air, especially with the few hiccups in different performances.
Mm-hmm.
There's any casual mentions of disgruntlement from people, anything like that,
Okay.
with an eye
But-
towards catching Mao once he's free.
So that'll greatly depend on AJ. Go ahead.
I'd say let's go ahead and do that now. Say
Yeah.
you can catch him before the prince gets him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gritty wine. You just hear the sound of like grating. He just like picking at his teeth and throwing it on the ground as hard debris hits this garden
It's
floor.
actually the thing it says. It says what is it? What's your wine called?
Covington's
Spiced
famous
wine.
spiced wine.
It's called Covington's famous spiced wine, and then underneath it's got a banner that just says, "Drink the gritty."
Taste the spice, not the grapes.
Incredible.
Yeah, Lord Galmenorr will just make his approach, watching you kind of like just deal with as Covington walks away, and you have a free moment to not give a performance on how good it tastes.
Yeah, he definitely
just-
winces for a second.
Come over and just like politely like reach his hand out, like he's gonna put his hand on his shoulder, but kind of like waiting for you to give approval that that's okay.
It's great. This stuff is incredible. I don't know if I've had a better
No,
drink in my
me too.
life.
Don't make any stories. He's had a fair amount to drink, obviously, over the course of the... I don't know that he's stopped since this morning at the joust. honestly, applause to him that he has the constitution to be standing at this point. But I just wanted to commend you on the performance. I did very, very well done.
I appreciate it. This thing's just cloves. It's just all cloves.
Oh, don't partake in the stuff myself. Bravo on that performance of making it look like it went down well.
I will go ahead and say, though, the invitation to perform, it was sincere. Should you not have an instrument on your person, I have an extra few. I always tote a few around with me.
I mean, I carried them along just to pass the time in the carriage ride. Just the rest of the passengers a little bit uncomfortable. As I said, it's not a pleasant performance, but no. I guess perks of being the Lord. They have to deal with it. But I just, I don't know, after that amazing performance, and just superb. If you have any good recommendations of a good tutor, my daughter's just getting to the age where, learning some instruments might be obviously would not impose on somebody of your stature to do so, but if you would be so kind as to pass along some names of individuals that you trust.
Of course. My vizier for the house, Macard, he actually previously worked at one of the Noctalis churches. It was the Church of the Pitchquell. If you want to connect with him, I'm sure that he would be more than willing to discuss instrumentation over the evening with you.
Flattered me with such a esteemed individual to train my daughter, but if you could make the introduction, I would definitely appreciate it.
Absolutely. You are quite quick to deprecate yourself. You should be more positive about your position. You deserve a place here just as all the rest of us.
I mean, in comparison to your amazing prowess in musical talents, I appreciate the kindness, but I definitely pale in comparison. All applause towards you. And the other fine performers tonight.
They were great. Honestly, the voice of one of them just took me, and I was extremely impressed. But your house, what do you do?
Mostly work with hospitality. Have started meager beginnings. I don't bore you with a long story or anything, but I suppose that'd be my great-great-great-grandfather started with just an inn over in Blackwell, and slowly acquired another and another and another, and then out of nowhere, a little bit of a uprising by some of the people in Blackwell that the local baron saw fit to elevate my family to a lordship. It's been generations ago.
Well, you do have a social hospitality to you that I find quite charming.
Oh, thank you. Very pleasant company yourself.
Macard is right over there. And under the pretense that they would probably be around in the area, can Mail cast sending over to Macard?
Work?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He'll go ahead and cast sending and just say, sending over. Yeah, it's not going to be mere 25 words. It's fine. Just sending over Baron Deander Galmenorr towards you. Please treat him kindly.
Of course, my lord, I will give him the utmost respect.
Well, he already knows that you are coming along, long distance talking and all that. But go. Feel free to make your acquaintance with him. I'm sorry, but I am to be taken by the prince. We did have a prior engagement.
No, definitely. May you have a good rest of your evening. I have some other business to attend to myself.
You as well. If I see you again in the upcoming events, I'll make sure to go ahead and find a seat at your table.
Oh. Wish you well, and thank you again for the introduction. Look forward to speaking with your friend. May you have a pleasant sleep here in the palace and a pleasant stay.
This is so ominous when it's not supposed to be. May will go. I appreciate it. I hope you have a pleasant stay too. No. Turn.
He'll go polite bow and turn as well.
Okay, so this conversation will be the conversation with Male, Prince, and the others is going to be our last thing. Any other things that will be finished up, you can either, if it's in the palace, you can go ahead and tell us what you're wanting to do. For the conversation between Blackthorn and Galmenorr, we're going to start that off top of next session, because we are running quite late. So, AJ. Prince Narcisse leads you to an ornate sitting room, lit by a large fireplace and some candles. Shadows shift along the tapestries that cover the walls. Plush lounges with pillows that were once set on them so artfully is soon disturbed by the other two young men that were following in your wake. Lord Tiberius turns to you, a goblet of wine in his hand, and says, a goblet of wine in his hand, saying, "You did well in the recital. People will be discussing that for a long time, my friend."
I appreciate it. It's nice to have you accompanying. The prince did say that there would be others along.
Yes, these are my these are kind of my confidants. Should I say, my good friends. We've grown up together.
You better call me your friend, considering we're cousins. Tiberius says.
Oh, you know how it is.
And Drusus from his spot on the couches, and if luck prevails us, you'll soon be my brother-in-law.
Well, I do hope that works out. If we get Mother to approve.
The two other men do chuckle at that, seemingly a joke that has been shared among these three for a long time.
It's so boys club coded. Oh my gosh, is there a no girls allowed sign? Like outside of the treehouse?
Quite.
So, I'd love to hear your thoughts, Lord Maelstrom. What are your goals?
Oh, well, okay. Maelstrom's just kind of sitting there a little bit awkwardly, surrounded by these three extremely powerful, like, individuals. I suppose that when it comes down to it, I just want to go ahead and make sure that the Empire can reign as long as possible. Sun in the sky, kind of deal.
Absolutely. Surely there's more than just being a loyal servant of the Emperor, though.
well, of course, being a servant is one thing, but being able to offer as much input as possible from all of the worldly things that I've seen. The realm that I am most, of course, attuned to is the institutions of bards, their colleges, but I've gone to a few arcane universities as well, and it's quite impressive what they're able to achieve, though disjointed at times. So I do dream of one day helping the Emperor to maybe sit them underneath some sort of unifying charter so that they would be able to function as an entire system rather than a series of individual.
Narcissus kind of makes eye contact with the other two men in the room.
Tiberius will kind of nod. And that is one of the biggest problems. This empire, it's too disparate. There's not enough, as you said, unity, especially after everything that's happened. And no offense, cousin dear, but I'm not sure if Honorius is quite the strong leadership that will lead to it. Not without help, at least.
No, and I think if perhaps House Harpus wants to be in charge of these institutions, these universities, I think perhaps, I'm not sure if my brother would be that amenable to that. But I think we certainly are.
And if anything, we are simply servants of the Emperor, here to help him and hope he sees reason.
And I got the sense that you agreed with me earlier yesterday that perhaps my brother isn't the best one to be sitting on the seat right now. And you know, he does have an heir here, and I am coming of age. That perhaps maybe with kind of looks at, you know, the scion of House Othos, the scion of House Podroma. Perhaps with the backing of enough noble houses, we could, you know, convince him that he should step down and let stronger heads prevail. Don't you agree?
I do agree that the best suited individual should be the ones to put their feet forward. After all, you would be best foot forward. Though, you did mention that your brother has served as sort of a recluse lately, only really talking with your mother, yourself, and your sister.
Yes, the conversations he has with my sister.
You're privy to those conversations, yet you haven't been able to break through?
Well, some of them, I think that there definitely needs to be a more vocal support from the rest of the court here, and I'd love to have you along for the ride.
To put it plainly, Aaron is a know-it-all bitch who thinks secrets is what keeps this empire running. She's wrong. Direct action is what the Marillion Empire is built upon, and it is what we must continue.
And my brother spends far too much time in his library and not enough time going out and taking the action necessary.
Meeting the people. We know the people better than he does.
Strong societal foundations. That's what our conversation was built upon.
Absolutely.
I think it's a fair goal. I hope you don't mind, but I feel like I need to be a voice of reason to some degree. If you three are childhood friends, family, almost, at this point, as he goes ahead and looks over towards Drusus, I do feel that in order to make the best move possible, we should be careful and intentful about it. A heavy hand movement could easily sway the public persuasion towards being averse to us, but if we all worked together and made sure to use those public-facing relationships that we have, I mean, it would have the strongest mages that a university could provide, helping to leverage your ideals.
I'm to speak with you, Maelstrom. Do you mind if I just call you Maelstrom?
That's fine. You can just call me Mail if you want to.
Lovely. Mael, that's why I was so happy to speak with you, because your family has such the reputation for that forward-facing, that forward-facing subtlety and your parties and all of that. We already have the support of House Pedrova and House Othos, and with House Harpus, we have the money to back our campaign, and the public face, and the supplies.
Drusus will lift his goblet high, and my grandfather did meet with Baron Valerios. He wouldn't tell me how the conversation went, but it was a meeting nonetheless. I'm sure it went well.
Well, look at that. We might have a fifth man joining our group here soon enough.
Oh, that's funny.
That would be quite nice, but I do caution. You were very forward-thinking to bring me into this position, but should you bring anybody else, the confidence with which you brought me in with, that should be executed to the highest degree, if not even higher. Scrutiny is one of the best tools to make sure that you're getting the right people for the job.
Tiberius speaks up. Actually, though the conversation you had with the prince here did help, your house as an ally was a previous recommendation to us.
From who exactly?
Tiberius is gonna kind of just look at the ceiling for a second. Countess Camilla, my grandfather's wife. She said you all are highly sought after mages, and that the House Harpus has been a what did she say, Narcisse? I can't remember.
Oh, she said that your reputation preceded you, and she such enjoyed your parties, and your father, though it's very sad that we couldn't speak with him, didn't seem opposed to the idea of happening in the leadership of the Empire, though he didn't specifically say that he would support my claim over my brothers.
Right.
Drusus will speak up. You're acting as if this has been some conspiracy just between us, and that there haven't been who you would see as our betters already involved in this conversation.
Well, obviously, you were the three who looped me into this conversation, so you are the betters in this situation.
We're just the friendly faces.
I see. So you are the me's of this situation. I can see all of the points that you're making. I am trying to think of the longevity of such a plan. Like I said, if there is a misstep, it would very much bring everything crumbling down. But with my assistance, and with you allowing me to continue this partnership, I think that we could probably make the most informed movements to date for the Empire, and a change for the better.
Cheers to that.
Cheers
the
to
prince
that.
raises his cup of wine, and here's to you, Headmaster. Is that the correct term?
Mail Mill's eyes, like he tries to prevent the stars from showing in them, but he's just like, yeah, no, that's what it is. Do you have some actual good wine? I had some shit grit earlier, and I really need something.
Drusus will go over to a cabinet and pull out just the finest wine you have ever tasted in your life.
And a box of cloves.
And you look on the side of the bottle and it says Covington's famous spice.
It just needs to be aged and warmed.
Now with more
Actually,
cloves.
that actually is where it's from.
He was so close the whole time.
It just has to be made properly.
That's true.
But with that, and this cheers between old and new friends, away from the greater party of the evening. For those viewing on YouTube, unless there's anything last from anyone, last call, not for the clove wine, sadly. Yes, Covington.
No, I'm just saying no, I don't have anything.
Okay.
All right. So, those of you watching on demand, thank you so much. Make sure to come check out our live streams. You have a chance to influence the play of the game, and catch our last little catch the last little bit of closings. So thank you for watching, and